secrets. We're coming up on the January 2nd or June 2nd primary in California. Now, we've seen President Trump, all the people that he's been promoting to basically take down the rhinos have been advancing. We see some horrific Democrat candidates that are being put up, the worst that I've ever seen. I think we're going to have, well, I don't think, I know we're going to have a massive red tsunami coming up in the midterms. Now, part of that, we're going to be looking at the January 2nd primary. Why do I keep saying January? June 2nd primary in California. So that's going to be very revelatory as to what's coming in events in the future, right? So let's look at some of the things that are out there right now. I've been covering this. I know that there's going to be a lot of cheating that's going to go on. We'll see if that cheating goes to a level. It's already happening. Lewis Herms is by far the best candidate that's out there. I see other candidates, Steve Hilton, basically stealing a lot of the points that Lewis came up with because they're so good. But he's still not as good in his points as Lewis is. He's talking about tax reform and so forth. Lewis is talking about completely doing away with taxes. And Steve Hilton is only going to do away with taxes up to a certain point. He's still one-party system, guys. All right. Even though President Trump has backed him, he had another choice. He was the best of a bunch of knuckleheads, right? So I think he's, it looks like Steve Hilton is, he's British, part of the, City of London crew. So I don't know. Will he win? Will Lewis somehow be able to move ahead? Remains to be seen. Now, we've seen Pratt has done really well, and we're going to talk about that now. But first of all, let's look at what could happen. Now, we could have a clean Republican sweep in California, but listen to what Gavin Newsom says, and we're going to talk about his comments and what that could mean, just like what it meant for Donald Trump in his first term.
All have agencies, we can shape the future. There's still a lot. Look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it. I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people.
All right, I want you to listen to what he says. He said, I just didn't quite get it to that point. I thought I had it, but he's going to mention we have agencies, right? Key point. So I'll just kind of front load this a little bit and you can listen to what he's going to say. So if we have worst case scenario, which he's thinking the Republicans win, God forbid the people of California want this to happen. But if in the worst case scenario for Democrats, of course, these communist vampires, like every time I look at Gavin Newsom, I think vampire. And Californians, a lot of them for a long time have, let the vampire in. They just thought they were doing the right thing. But people are starting to wake up to it. They're tired of getting, their money stolen from them. It's not going into, the programs they've been lied to they were going into. It's like these political elites in California, which are all Democrats, are running the whole state now. There's hardly any Republicans left. And will that become even worse going forward is a possibility. But if it doesn't, if, like I'm saying, we do get, fortunately, hopefully, some Republicans that move into positions to start to turn things around, will all of the agencies that Newsom is talking about work with them? I think not, and he's telling us what's going to happen.
We don't dream regretting. We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot. Look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it. I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out, and we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll leave it at that.
So again, God forbid that the people of California are tired of the incredible incompetence, to put it lightly, of the Democrat Party in California, and they vote in somebody that could possibly change the future for them. Democrats that are heavily involved in lots of agencies, just like happened when Trump came in his first term. Russia hoax. 2 times they tried to impeach him. It was like that whole presidency was almost, he could barely get anything done. And then you had rhinos that were backstabbing him like Caesar. It's like, it's crazy. It's unbelievable, the level of incompetence and entitlement that the Democrats have. The entitlement to, they should be in charge of our lives, not us. Right? That's communist system, guys. All right. So we have to fight back against this at every level, because they have entrenched themselves. We trusted them. We thought that, well, you guys get in, you work your side. The Republicans are going to get in, they work their side. That used to be the way it is. It's not like that anymore. All right. So the deep state has basically completely entangled, octopus themselves around Democrat Party and squeezed the Democrat Party to the point where they're completely manipulated, like Pinocchio, puppet Pinocchio, right? And they lie, and their noses are long, and it's like ridiculous, right? So let's look at some more of this. It's obvious that people are done. It's obvious. It looks to me like 2016 for President Trump. Now, I lived in California then, and you quietly voted for Trump, right? Because you had radical liberals that would, like, get in your face and, probably, break the lights of your car if you had a, pro-Trump sticker or something like that. You just knew it. You didn't wear pro-Trump, shirts or hats or anything back then. You would have these radical liberals that would physically assault you. And you're like, you were scared? No, I wasn't scared. I knew that if I knock these knuckleheads out, that, there was a system that would probably come after me. It's like, you're a big bad Navy SEAL, and somebody was like assaulting, threatening you with your life, and you protected yourself. How dare you? That's the way the system is for these Democrats, guys. It's horrific. I just make it up as I go along sometimes, but it's fun with words. Right. So this is amazing. All right. So this is South Central, very, very liberal, black, and always vote Democrat. Maybe not this time. So it's almost flipped now. So all the people that were, Trump derangement from 2016 on, now they're the ones that are quietly going to vote for Pratt.
Consultants across Los Angeles choking on their oat milk lattes because this was not supposed to happen. You see, the political machine, they thought that Spencer Pratt was just some reality TV punchline, a meme candidate, somebody they could just kind of laugh off while Karen Bass kept talking about experience for the 9,017th time, like she was applying for assistant manager at Chili's. But then something happened that just completely terrified the establishment. People actually started listening to him, not because he sounded polished, and probably because he didn't sound polished is why they listen, right? Not because he talks like a consultant-built robot assembled in Sacramento basement, but because he sounds normal. And when Spencer Pratt walked through neighborhoods politicians usually avoid, like a gym membership in January, people started crowding around him. Phones came out. Social media exploded. Suddenly, the clips were everywhere. And then, of course, the panic started immediately because Democrat elites, they understand something very.
So folks are waking up, and it's a wonderful thing to see. But not everybody. But sometimes we're not going to get everybody awake. It's just the way it is. I look at people that just recently this man, he's like 40-year-old man, but back in the day, back in 9/11 day, he was probably about, I don't know, 15, 17 or something like that. I'm in my 30s back then. So now 35, 37, I think it was. And now I'm 65. So I've lived through this. I've seen this. I watched 9/11, and I watched the towers collapse, the two towers. And then a lot of people forget, because that wasn't part of the narrative, that there was a third tower that collapsed as well. It was a third tower that collapsed. It was not hit by any jets, right? And it was just, some stuff that fell off of one of the other buildings and landed on it. Fire started, and it collapsed in its footprint at free fall speed, just like the other two towers. So I'm a demolition expert in the SEAL teams. And when I saw that, when I first saw the first tower coming down, it's like somebody got in there planning demolitions. There's no way a tower falls at free fall speed perfectly in its footprint, right? So, you can take the word of someone like myself and call it a conspiracy theory, which a lot of people still do. So a lot of people are still stuck in 9/11, the narrative. It baffles me, but I can see why that is. This one gentleman that I'm speaking of, had all these friends that were New York, police and cops and so forth, and firefighters that he knew that had died that day. So to honor them, he doesn't go down the conspiracy theory line, because he wants to honor them. And he thinks that if he goes down the conspiracy theory line, that dishonors them, because it brings up another narrative, doing something of service to others. Yes, they did. I want to hunt down the people that did this and bring the truth. So when you latch onto a narrative like that, that is not based in truth, and you want to discount, which a lot of people still do, unfortunately, the real narrative, and saying that anyone that doesn't accept the narrative is a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy theorist because I have the knowledge of how a building would collapse into its footprint at free fall speed. I know this. So with all my, background as a Navy SEAL, 35 years, serving our country, I'm a conspiracy theorist. So we have a lot of people to wake up, and we have a lot of people still to wake up in California. All right. So we have, an expert like myself that's here to help us unwind some of this. Lewis Starks for California governor.
You're talking right in my wheelhouse, actually. I was doing some math today on this exact subject.
Wow.
To talk about symbiotic, and I'm all about the math.
Yeah,
so
good. You've done a good job with it. Thank you.
There were here's what's interesting, and this is about the most compelling thing. I even got AI to admit that, based on this following content I'm going to give you right now, that it is a conspiracy. That's how powerful what I'm going to tell you is right now. Hitting the towers, right? That's a whole nother story. According to the narrative, would have been 157, or I think including the flight attendants and everybody, 157 total. Think about that. The total, out of all the hijackers, there were supposedly 9, right? Yet, now here's the math. There were 4 passports from hijackers found during these so-called terrorist attacks. 4 of them. So 4 out of 9. There were 0 identifications or passports found from the 2 planes that hit the Twin Towers.
Oh my God. How about that? Oh,
0.
Dude, good job. I see where you're going with this. This is amazing.
So I love math, and I just did this with the elections, right?
And there was it was obviously stolen. So fantastic.
55 trillion to 1. So I said, you know what? Let me do the math on something else.
Yeah.
So how is it possible that 4 passports out of the 9 supposedly terrorist attackers were found, by the way, undamaged. And AIs can say, well, one of them had fuel on it. Whatever. Okay. So
Fine. Yeah.
4 out of 9 were undamaged, yet 0 of the passengers' passports or identifications were found. There's your answer right there. It is a trillion to 1, quadrillion to 1, whatever the number is, that wouldn't even be possible. So when I asked AI this today, I said, based on Occam's razor, what's more likely, a conspiracy, A, or B, your narrative on how the towers fell? Because I was talking about how the towers fell. That was my conversation. And it flipped it. It said, you're right. It would be a conspiracy is more likely based on using Occam's razor. So I'm telling you, this is the way I'm taking all of this. And I know I'm giving it away, and somebody's probably going to steal this idea too, is in the next coming weeks, I'm going to just use math with all of this stuff, because here's where I think we all made a mistake. Because we have discernment, because we can see the truth, because we want to get out to the truth, we go right to it's election fraud, right? We go right to it's a conspiracy. It's free fall, demolition. It's obvious, right? The challenge is what we're missing is people have been indoctrinated for well over 100 years through generations. Us saying that is just blank to them. They cannot assimilate the information. So I'm taking another tact and proving mathematically how their scenario would be impossible. Now that should open them up to say, okay, well, then what really did happen? And I think the mistake of all of us truthers is we went right to the truth. And sometimes you have to figure a way to speak their truth, which is in their mind, science and math. And therefore it gives us an opportunity to bring in the real truth. So this is the tact I'm taking moving forward.
Yeah, very good. And of course, the most secure and safe and great election in history. So these narratives, come at us. It's conspiracy theory if you believe that the 9/11 attack was anything other than, the planes, crashing into them. So it's like, okay. So they still have that. They built that narrative over and over and over, and they show the aircraft blowing up. And with all that fuel blowing up and crashing into the building, magically, those 4 passports flew out only from terrorists, but not from any of the other passengers. That was great way you came up with that. Now, I want you to listen to this because I prepared it for you, and I didn't even know that you had done that. So this is amazing the way this is going to work out. So I want you to listen to the way they basically come at Spencer Pratt. Of course, this is CNN, try and set him up. And they talk about 9/11. So brilliant that you are tapped in like this. Let's listen to this little clip, and I want to get your comments on this, how you would have responded. I just talked about how I would respond. My background's Navy SEAL, demolitions, blah, blah, blah. 3 towers fell, not 2. And I would ask that question first, how many towers fell? And usually you're going to get 2. And they fell in 110 minutes. That's pretty quick, right? But what about that 3rd building? And the one that BBC said, 20, 40 minutes before it fell, they said it had already fallen. A lot of it was like right in the background, right behind them. So, they're giving narratives. We can break all this stuff down for people. But like I said, people are kind of stuck on a certain narrative, and it's hard for them to get out of it because it's been programmed into them so many times. They don't know how to get outside of it. So let's listen to this.
Something incredible happened. Emerson College yesterday releasing their latest poll from the 27th to the 28th. So the last 2 days showing Spencer Pratt leading in dark solid blue Los Angeles. Pratt with 35%, Karen Bass at 33%, and 16% undecided. Now, the media, they want you to laugh at Spencer Pratt the same way they did during 2015 with President Trump. He's just a TV guy, a reality TV personality, just like Donald Trump. In fact, CNN this morning, they tried doing the bidding of the Karen Bass campaign. They invited Spencer on for an interview to talk about your campaign, Spencer, to talk about the race. Tell us how you think people in LA are feeling right now. And he went on CNN, and guess what happened? Jake Tapper tries trapping him, asking him about comments he made 20 years ago about 9/11. Do you think September 11th, Spencer, was an inside job? Something LA voters would obviously be turned off by. Well, watch what happens.
Do you still think that 9/11 was an inside job?
What I've learned, almost 20 years later, is it's actually the negligence of the people in power. I would have loved to have gone along with when my house burned down and my parents' house burned down, everyone saying it was lasers, it was a land grab, it was just like Maui, but it's not. The reality is people in charge fail us as taxpayers. And when you're listening to that audio, that's a 21, 22-year-old person. I'm now 42 and have experienced city negligence, state negligence. And I've learned a lot about it. It's actually worse than a conspiracy. It's that we have people in charge that make mistakes that get people killed. So unfortunately, I was young and naive to understanding how there is people that will fail citizens across the board. And I would have to go back and look at all that. I haven't watched any of those things in 20 years or whatever. But I bet now with my fresh eyes of surviving the city's negligence that burned 12 people in my neighborhood alive, 7,000 structures, seeing how fast the internet was said that was a conspiracy and how I had to be like, no, this is how it happened, this, and this. Now with new fresh eyes, I'm sure I would look at that a lot different. I think anytime we see something that's just so shocking and unbelievable, we as humans want to try to find excuses, but sometimes the excuses are just real simple. People failed us as taxpayers.
So
perfect. All right. So kind of like, where we're just going, your commentary, I think, was pretty apropos as far as, he took a tact that's very political, but still, breaching the problem areas. People allowed this to happen. So Karen Bass, she told her fire chief that she was leaving town. She was leaving the city. She was leaving the state. She didn't say she was going to Ghana. She was leaving the country. She didn't even tell him that, or she, whatever the fire chief was. So the fire chief is like, this is not a good time. We have a red, fire problem, possibly. So of course, Karen left anyway. And then the fire happened. It's interesting how that same scenario where the people in charge that would make decisions in Maui had also left. So we see a pattern in all this, but we can't, claim conspiracy theory because that would be wrong because it would be sensitive, oversensitive for sensitive people. So we keep it in a category and a frame that people can understand and not get all, hurt about, butt hurt. But, that's my language. That's the way I talk. I'm a Navy SEAL. I'm a knuckle dragger. I go after the enemy and kill the enemy. I engage with the enemy. So the enemy, unfortunately, I'm fighting the enemy overseas, and the enemy is even worse here in the United States now. So it's hard for me to stay calm and cool, right? But you have done a really good job of it. How would you have responded to, let's say you are, you went on CNN. Now, if you went on CNN, you would be at that point, you would be number one for governor right now, and there would be no one could touch you. We know that you've been suppressed. Is that a conspiracy theory? All right. So all these conspiracy theories, they kind of hurt people. So we can't go there. What would you say?
Well, first, not a theory anymore. Grok just admitted yesterday that I'm 92% suppressed on my X just alone. Admitted it. So put that one out the window. Facebook admitted that their employee took me off of a poll. So it's never a conspiracy anymore, right?
That's right.
But the way I would have approached it with that question, and I would say it's fascinating that you would answer the question, because it literally has nothing to do with California. I said, so it's very clear what your objective to do is try to smear me of some sort. But I'm going to answer this anyways. And so I would ask you is, should we be shamed in asking questions about something that seems so nefarious? Is that what you're suggesting? I would suggest that we should ask as many questions, and I would suggest that our government would always be more open to suggestions. In fact, I just think, is it not weird though that nobody knew about Tower 7 falling? Is that not a great question? Did you know that the BBC announced Tower 7 falling 26 minutes before it actually fell? Did you know that the plane did not hit Tower 7, but it fell anyways? Did you know it was on fire and abandoned? Did you know that somebody actually said pull it as if it was demolition? I would say there's just so many things that there's questions. So to say it's a conspiracy, I think it's an investigation is what it is. You can call it conspiracy if you want, or say I call it conspiracy. I know it should be an investigation. I'll give you another one. We know something weird happened in Paradise. We know something weird happened in Maui. We know there's weird connections there. But how about this one for the Palisades? It's just basic math. On Edison International in 2012, they posted that they are going to put smart meters in houses in 12 to 14 cities out of 97 cities in LA and Ventura County. Ironically, mathematically, it may seem impossible, but those are the same 12 cities that burned down. The other ones were untouched. I don't know if there's something there, but wouldn't you agree we shouldn't just buy the narrative anymore, and we should really, really start asking questions?
Wow, it should be governor, it should be president. Gee, God, that's brilliant. Good job. I never would have came up with that, so that's why I'm not running. But but I look at a lot of things, and I see people in our chat. They're like, of course, Lewis should be the governor. He's far and above everybody else. You look at Karen Bass. You look at all the people that were AOC or Gavin Newsom or some of these other people that may be running for president, and you're like, they just pick dumb people. It's very obvious. These people are not intelligent. They don't speak intelligently. They don't respond to questions like you just did intelligently. That was out of the blue that I came out of that for you. And that was like absolutely brilliantly. Everybody should share that. That was brilliant. Good job. I'm going to put that in a clip and share that everywhere. So it's going to get a lot of views. So
Michael,
why do they do that? Why do they pick stupid people?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you're dumb, which you're not, and if I'm dumb, which I hope to not be one day, but so if we're not dumb, but if we are dumb, right? And
Okay.
somebody comes and they said, we're going to make you a millionaire, just do what we say, guaranteed, what are these dummies going to do? They're going to go along with it.
Absolutely.
And then they say, and if you do anything, we're going to take out your family. We're going to expose you. It's going to be the absolute worst. You're going to just absolutely wish that you never lived. Okay, I'll take $1 million, because they are dumb and they don't think about the ramifications, because people that do not think about out of the box or the ramifications of anything, I would say Marxists are like that. They think what's in it for me today, but they don't think about playing it out and seeing what's down the road. It's the same mentality. So they don't think how bad their life can be when they're under a control mechanism, right? All they think about is, well, I can have this car and this house and travel, and I can get the exposure that I always wanted because I know I'm a knucklehead. Yeah, they're going to take it. So those people are really, really, really easy to find. But here's the funniest part. What people don't understand and they need to realize is these people are tracked from when they're very young.
Yeah.
Very young. And they capture them when they're primed to be captured. Probably right after Pat Harris took care of Willie Brown.
Yeah.
That would be an example.
Yep. So now I've spoken to a woman that comes to your events and she had a very, very high-end house. I think in Palisades. I'm not sure exactly where it was, but she showed me her house, and she had watched my program years before, where me and Patty Greer talked about smart meters in Colorado in January, where they had this fire, and it seemed like all the houses with smart meters seemed to burn up mysteriously, and those that didn't if they didn't have a smart meter. Now, she made sure she didn't have a smart meter in her house, and she told everyone in her neighborhood. There's only one other person, and I'm not going to name names, but you would know his name if I said it, and he took off his smart meter. All the other houses burned. So it's not a conspiracy theory when you start to scientifically go with a certain idea, and you do the research, and you find that yes, there is something here, there is a there, and we further research. You go around the country, you go into Canada, you go wherever you want, and you can find that smart meters seem to have their houses burn more often than those without. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I my first film ever was called 2020 Vision, which I did 6 years ago. And the theme inside of that is, when does it become mathematically impossible?
Yeah.
Right. And that's what we're dealing with in regards to this. I mean, mathematically, what are the possibilities that by the way, you can still go on Edison International today. I recommend everybody go on there, hit the search bar on there, and put in smart meters. If I continue to talk like this, they're going to delete it. They've deleted a lot of stuff I've talked about in the past. They'll do this, screen capture, do everything. I already screen captured a little bit of it myself. So what are the odds that they say by 2012, our goal is to have smart meters in these certain amount of cities? And that's about 14% of how many cities there are in the area that they're talking about. Yet those are the same cities that burn down. I'm just as mathematically, any investigator, even Inspector Clouseau, would figure out that, hey, maybe we should take a look at that. Yeah. Right. And but it goes across the board on all the stuff we're talking about. It just doesn't add up. And the best thing to do is use logical equations. Here's why. Because the segment of the population that we are talking about already thinks they're smarter than us.
Most prosperous cities in America. And will that continue? Because Detroit at one time was one of the most prosperous cities in America.
Great point.
And it is no longer. It's, had like 100 or 1.5 million people. I think it has, the last I saw was like well under 700,000. And you can look at pictures of, before and after Detroit, and it's staggering. So we're starting to move in that direction with LA. And people will say that. I've seen people, and I might have one here. I might have to dig for it a little bit, but I'm gonna show with this one guy is basically going around and asking people in LA how they're going to vote, and it's staggering. And I'm not gonna front load who most people say they're going to vote for, because it's going to be interesting. So let's look at this particular article right here. And get your response on this, because, as governor, LA would be, of course, one of the cities that you would manage. You would work with the mayor, and so you would want the best. So would Spencer Pratt possibly be the best? Remains to be seen. Soft on crime. LA allows ghouls to steal from Pacific Palisades. Now, Spencer Pratt, of course, had a home there. It burned. His parents had a home there. It burned. His family and his friends, he's lived there for, decades. They had their homes burned. So now they're trying to rebuild. Now I'm going to come to your location starting tomorrow, and I'm going to go to the Pacific Palisades, and I'm going to video what's happened there over the last year and a half. There's not a lot. There's not a lot of homes being built, but the ones that are being built, where they come in and they drop off lumber and copper coiled, to do the piping and so forth, is being stolen because there's no police there. The lighting is gone, and it's incredible. So Nina Maddock, 65-year-old resident, has seen this coming. She tracks incidents in a community spreadsheet, attributing the crime wave to law enforcement feeling not empowered to deter. Now, when I worked in the casinos in just on the Nevada, California side, sometimes we would get the California police involved because some of the people that had done the ripping off or whatever went over to California, and they'd stolen a certain amount of stuff, and so we would contact the California side police that, hey, we got somebody that stole from our casino. There, we saw them going down this street. They're heading there right now, and they'd always ask, how much? What is the value of what they stole? And if it wasn't over about $1,000, they would not respond.
Yep. Yeah. Well, is what we are. And it's interesting. So I talk about, as you know, WARF, waste, abuse, redundancy, and fraud in our state. And I say to everybody, it's what I hear constantly, kind of what I heard from Spencer, is it's mismanagement, it's bureaucracy, it's red tape, it's this excuse. Well, I believe that the baddies love that language because they can hide behind that, as it's this mammoth, unmanageable bureaucracy that we can't do anything about. When they're stealing, that's what it is. It's theft. When they're stealing we the people's funds. So I say, when does WARF become intent and not mismanagement? I believe it's completely intent. And it can, I have procedures that can be used in every single city in the whole nation, that if they were to interact a few procedures that I've already developed, their cities would thrive immediately, and we would take our nation back. And that's why I say the micro will fix the macro.
Good. So here's another video that talks about the $2.5 billion that was allotted for relief for the Eaton and Palisades fire victims. Let's see exactly what transpired with that $2.5 billion.
And Altadena destroying homes and neighborhoods. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Carolyn Johnson.
And I'm Robert Kovacic. Donations poured in to help those who lost everything. Governor Newsom promised billions of dollars to help survivors, but NBC4 Investigates has traced some of the spending, and it wound up in places you may not expect.
Investigative reporter Eric Leonard joins us now from the newsroom with more on what happened to all that money. Eric.
Hi, Carolyn and Robert. Well, you may remember seeing Governor Newsom and a bunch of local leaders out in Pasadena in the days after the Eaton and Palisades fires, pledging a $2.5 billion relief package for fire victims. Well, now we know a lot more about all of that money, that a lot of it hasn't been used, and the portion that was distributed actually sent very little directly to fire victims. Instead, much of the spending circulated through state agencies for their fire-related work, and we learned some of the money was even diverted to pay for crowd control in last summer's protests against immigration enforcement. This is where nearly $14 million of the state's relief money for the victims of the Palisades and Eaton fires was spent. Overtime for CHP officers sent to demonstrations in downtown LA, where protesters marched against immigration enforcement operations. According to this.
All right, so there's more to this, but let's get your thoughts on this at this point. So they diverted $14 million to law enforcement for other incident that have nothing to do with the Palisades or Eaton fire victims. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's the game, Mike. This is what they do. They put up these big balloons, and they use it to steal money and completely move it in other sectors. I'll give you the biggest one in California, for example, the California Lotto. The Lotto was developed to add more money into funds to enhance the schools, keep music programs going, give them all the supplies they need and make sure the facilities are air conditioned and they have new books and so on and so forth. So what happens is you have $1 billion or whatever the number is coming in from the California Lotto. You would think, wow, this is fantastic. No, that's not what happens. There's $1 billion coming into the education system. So let's do this. Let's take $1 billion out and allocate it someplace else.
Oh my God.
And that's exactly how it runs through with the California Lotto and virtually every other system that's there. It's all a game. It's all manipulation and theft. And I believe, this is not a popular statement, I believe we need to clean house through virtually everything from townships to our federal government and completely reset and get the elections fixed. Repaired, I should say. They're already fixed. And get the elections repaired. And then we should have special elections all across the country. And I don't care if it takes a year to put the right people that are really going to do great things for us in there. And that's it. That it's a mammoth that has to be taken care of. The good news, fraud vitiates everything. So we really should be focusing on the fraudulent elections so we can reset this mess.
Yeah, good point. And JD Vance, who's the fraud czar for the government, has said that if they were able to reverse all the fraud that they're finding so far, they would completely negate the federal debt. There would be no federal debt just if they, got a hold of the fraud and got recompensated for the fraud that was stolen, which I don't think they're ever going to get. But, that's very interesting.
Memo, the Department of Finance in June 2025 used some of the fire money for law enforcement unrelated to the fires, but diverting the relief money for crowd control was pre-authorized by state lawmakers.
I definitely would not want funds directed to anywhere but in the hands of the survivors who've lost everything.
Zaire Calvin has been working to help the victims of the Eaton fire that claimed the life of his sister and destroyed his family's homes.
You're looking at my lot, plural, which we had 5 homes on, lost so much. I've been an advocate since the fires, fighting for my community, rebuild everything Altadena. I had no idea $2.5 billion was designated for fire victims.
Governor Newsom announced the relief fund near the Eaton fire burn zone in the days after the fires, and fire victims told us back then they needed the help.
People who live in Altadena are hoping this is the beginning of more aid and more resources.
I would say thank you, obviously, right? Because we need it. But we need more.
The bill the governor flashed at that news conference was ABX 14, co-authored by Encino Assemblyman Jesse Gabriel. It directed the emergency money to protect health, protect the safety of persons or property, and expedite recovery. NBC4 Investigates has found that much of the $605 million spent from the fund went right back to state agencies. The latest figure from the state finance department shows about 75% of the relief money promised was never released by the state.
I mean, $2.5 billion is a whole hell of a lot of money. And, off the top of my head, I was like, no, I don't remember that at all.
Nicole Vasquez is a community advocate in Altadena, helping fire survivors while also being one herself. We asked her if she remembered any fire messaging from state health officials.
Do you feel like you got information from the state health department?
From the state health department? I don't remember getting anything from them.
That's because the spending records show it received $13 million from the relief fund. The department says it used some for air monitoring or testing and spent some making YouTube videos like this one.
Cleaning soot, ash, and smoke damage from your home after a wildfire.
It was posted 9 months after the fires. It's been viewed 181 times.
13 million for a video to help them clean up the ash. 9 months after the fire, and only 181 views. So that's it goes on and on. It's pathetic. How they steal this money. The fraud is incredible. So the people that have been, defrauding the people and me when I was living in California, defrauding us of our money, have been there for a long time. Karen Bass, said when she came in like 4 years ago, however long it was, that by 2026, that the homeless situation will be corrected. It's gotten worse. It's like almost twice as bad as when she came in. So these people, keep getting elected or selected or whatever's going on there in California. Now you're trying to, rectify that. You're up against some tough, very, very tough things, but it does look like we're looking around the country right now that things are starting to really turn against the Democrats in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I honestly hope it just turns against the establishment.
Yeah,
because the reality is Republicans are just as complicit as the Democrats. They just hide under a different letter at the beginning of their title. Just want to preface back on something I was just made sure of. In 2012, Altadena was fully implemented with smart meters. In 2013, 52,000 houses in Palisades had smart meters. So I'm just saying. But not conspiratorial. That's just math.
Yeah.
So interesting enough, in regards to the election and the suppression and so on and so forth, I really don't even know where I stand at this point because the major outlets refuse to poll. They won't poll me. They will not put me on a poll, which is amazing considering the non-Democrat, non-Republican electorate is 30% in California. The Republicans are only 24%. So at this point, Mike, I can't tell you if I have 1,000 voters or 1,000,000 voters. I would have no idea. I know we did a damn good job. I know we went all up and down the state. I know we're battling against a Goliath, and this is literally David versus Goliath in regards to this battle. Now, regardless of what happens on June 2nd, that's primary day. By the way, go out and vote if you haven't voted.
There's already been people in the chat said they voted for you already, so that's a good sign.
Awesome. So now I have 3. So
that
here's the good news. I've already kind of figured this part out. Did you notice that Louisiana had something that went through the Supreme Court in regards to redistricting that was overturned because it's racist? 2 other states are trying to tag on to that. Several other states are talking about it. We had something called Proposition 50 go through California, which is the most massive redistricting in the history of the country, right? And the reasoning behind it is about as shady as literally the same. Well, because of President Trump and what they're doing in Texas, that's why we're going to do this here, which is nonsensical if you're really trying to run the state properly. So guess what? June 2nd, we're on completely redistricted maps, completely. That's still going to go up to SCOTUS to see if that can get overturned. It went up once and they turned it back, but now they're rewriting it based on some information and based on the Louisiana ruling. So imagine that goes up to SCOTUS and gets overturned. What does that do with the primary? They're going to have to reset the whole primary. So I don't even know what the future holds, but I do believe, because I've been tracking it, the elections are going to become paramount in the zeitgeist of us knowing that they're stolen. And I think that's huge. Here's what I see. I see in the last week, just on X alone, there's been more election fraud information that has stuck, and when I mean stuck, not been taken down, than in the 5 years previous.
Yeah.
That's huge. It's astronomical. So we can see the direction everything is moving. Something good is happening. And I'm going to go total tinfoil hat on everybody right now. My wife and I have been looking at chemtrails for years. We haven't seen one in the last 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
Something is up. And that was shortly after Lee Zeldin from the EPA said they're going to do a full investigation on this. So I don't know. I feel like there's a turn. I feel like Congress is now finally investigating the vaccine injuries and the vaccine deaths. I see all this information coming out about the elections. I see amazing young people that are attracted to our campaign that would just blow you away. I can tell you, since you just mentioned JD Vance and his fraud exposure organization and what he said.
Get involved here. Let me see if I get the right. There we go.
I can help you with the next 2 days. So we're going to be on campus at UC Santa Barbara, 8 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. I'm not asking anybody to go there. If they're in the area, fantastic. I'll get to speak for like 4 minutes, but it'll be very powerful 4 minutes, I hope. But then what's really cool is on June 1st, we're going to be at our buddies' med spa in Westlake Village. And we'll be speaking there, and you get to see what he has at this med spa will blow people away. The best frequency technology that's on the planet. He's got Tesla technology there that we can use. It's just amazing. So, and you and Tracy Joe will be there, right? On June 1st?
Yes.
Good. So meet Michael Jaco. It'll be at Westlake Village, 6 p.m. at Sports IQ in Westlake Village. The address is right there on the screen. That is going to be a lot of fun. Everybody should show up for that. That's the last event.
There's one other one I want you to. Do you have time?
Sure.
Okay.
For Mr. Jaco, of course I do.
Oh wow! So I know you're a busy man, so I appreciate that.
Well, you are older than me, so I can still call you Mr.
Very good. All right, so here's an interview that this gentleman did to a lot of people on the streets of LA, and let's listen to a few of them.
Mayor of LA.
Karen Bass.
And why Karen Bass?
Black Pride.
Okay, anything else?
No.
I just flew across the country to ask people in LA who they're voting for mayor. LA County is the largest economy in the nation, and that makes this the most consequential mayoral election since Mamdani won in New York. Will LA take a similar direction or go the opposite way with Pratt? This video will aim to shed light on who will win on June 2nd between Nithya Raman, Karen Bass, and Spencer Pratt. I started this channel by asking people who they're voting for, and it's good to be back. Welcome to the Nate Friedman Show.
We're asking people in LA who they want to win as mayor.
Oh, Karen Bass.
And why Karen Bass?
Well, I'm going to tell you something really specifically. This has been the last 2 years where in Leimert Park, she has supported the Ramadan Fest. And it's been amazing. And
Yeah. So you voted Democrat all your life. What is the specific thing that made you say, I'm going to vote for Pratt?
It's a lot of things. It's been a process, but it's just seeing what's going on in the city, right? It's just, I guess the whole woke, extreme ideology, I just don't like it. I consider myself a liberal, but it's just too extreme going on right now. I just don't like it. So I'm going to go for something different.
Was there a specific cause? Like you mentioned homelessness, but did you see something that made you snap?
No, not one particular thing. It's just everything. I just see, for example, we had $1 trillion in surplus budget when Gavin Newsom took in, and now we have a deficit of $500 billion. So I think that's a great reason to question what's going on.
Systematic issue at play there. Personally, I've met some people who have been unhoused, and I think that there's a diaspora of different reasons and places that they come from. So I think maybe assuming that they're all just bust in and are on drugs is maybe oversimplifying the problem.
Yeah, I think he was saying some of them. But anyway, what would you like? My last question is, what would you like to see Nithya do with homelessness? How would you like to see her tackle it? You mentioned she had some good ideas. So, Karen Bass.
From what I see, I would prefer Spencer Pratt.
Okay, and why Spencer Pratt?
I think we need something new in LA. We need to clean the city. We need to clean the street, Too many homeless, too many insecurity. I guess, we've tried Karen Bass. Maybe we need to try someone else.
So I noticed in this next part of the conversation that he was subtly referencing small business quite a bit. So the conversation got to be very interesting once I just asked him this.
Are you a business owner?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of things for business owners would you like to see? How can the mayor help business owners?
Well, I think they can help with, maybe choosing more things to happen, like, minimum wage. I've been in business for 10 years. Minimum wage has increased like at double since we opened our business. So the problem that the politics don't understand is that, minimum wage increasing, it's okay, for the people, 3% increase is fine. But for the business owners, it's related and connected to the workers' compensation, who is connected to the gross revenue of the people.
Despite the craziness, like, you see a better future for LA? Like, are you optimistic about it?
I am, absolutely. I think LA is a unique, resilient city. I think, you got the best year-round climate. Where else can you enjoy what we enjoy in May? So, I'm absolutely bullish on LA.
And why do you think, like, it's blue and, like, every governor is blue, mayor is blue, everything's blue. Why do you think they're continuously voting blue?
Honestly, I do not know, but it seems like we just continue to do the same thing over and over, hoping for an alternative result, and that just doesn't seem to materialize. So I don't know, but you have to vote red in order to see any new change.
Investigate it all, and I'll see you there. People were willing to do an interview. I can only share what I think for Bass. Maybe it's like 2024, where people that were voting for Kamala largely didn't want to talk, but it's also tough to say because Pratt people also didn't want to talk. In LA, I had the highest rejection rate by far that I've ever had. Only about 5% of the people were willing to do an interview. I can only share what I saw. And to me, I am seeing very close similarities between this election and Trump in 2016. There were a lot of people who were enthusiastic, but much like the last interview that we did, they were a bit more reserved because of the potential backlash. If you want to see why there are massive protests in Spain.
All right. So there is a spot in there where he says that of all the people that would willingly, because he says that most people did not want to say that they were going to vote for Spencer Pratt. Most of the people wanted Spencer Pratt to be elected. So it sounds like, just like in 2016, I don't know how it was for you, but I remember you didn't, wear anything, supporting Trump because you get attacked. You didn't put anything on your car that supported Trump, or your car would get bashed. And so we just quietly went out and voted for Trump. And of course, Trump won. It seems to be the same situation now in throughout California, where people are probably liberal, Democrat, normally voting, and they're going to vote Republican. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. I believe if the truth was out there, I think most of them would actually vote independent. But that we're under that illusion of choice system, unfortunately. So I think that it's going to be overwhelmingly at least people not voting that are Democrat. So I think what you're going to see is you may not see this complete influx of coming over to vote for the other side, but I think you're going to see a massive attrition of Democrats. The problem is, will we know it? Because if there's election fraud, they'll just fill in those ballots for them. So this may be a bigger sting operation than 2020, in my opinion. I think it's something to look for. They've already got the goods on 2022 in Arizona. So what better to put a cap on everything by getting the goods on 2026. So is that what I want? No, I don't. But I don't think we're completely there yet on the exposure phase. So I wouldn't doubt it. And I can tell you there are some mechanisms in place already that are going to test my theory right after June 2nd.
Wow.
So which will be huge, in my opinion. I felt it interesting listening to these interviews that, you would have some person, how racist is, will vote for Karen Bass based on the melanin of her skin. I think that's sad.
Yeah.
Really, as long as she's black. That if that was in reverse, would that not be racism? I'm thinking it would be. Yeah. If somebody said that. And then you have somebody that wants to vote for Bass because she's supportive of this massive Islamic attempt to take over the United States, and the support of Ramadan. So that tells you the mindset in general, right? And then so you have Bass, you have Spencer Pratt, and then you have Miss Netanyahu. I know that's not her name, but it's fun to say it.
Absolutely. Wow. Good points, Lewis. And I like your point about, this could be a big sting operation that's going to happen on June 2nd. We'll see, how that turns out. If I think it's pretty clear that Spencer Pratt is probably going to win, but will he win is the point. And if he does not win, what will the blowback potentially be?
Yeah, and exactly right. I think it's clearly ahead, and I would agree with you and what the person was indicating, that I don't think all the Spencer Pratt voters are public yet. I believe a lot of them are going to cast their votes privately. So we're going to find out what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Well, thanks for coming on and sharing with us. I'm so proud of you for doing this. It's I know you did it because God said you're going to do it, and you're like me. Okay, God. I learned, not to go against God. So things don't work out so good when you do that. And it's not that God's going to punish you. It's just like He's trying to help you, and He's trying to help the world, and definitely California. So whatever has transpired through your going out there and politicking throughout California, you've been all over California. I think all 58 counties, right?
Yeah, all 50 counties, unprecedented. Nobody's ever went in and tried to attempt to interview all 57 election supervisors. We're the first ever to do that.
No kidding. Wow. And you just don't get the credit that you deserve. It's sad. Maybe at some point you will.
You know what I tell my wife?
So,
my wife feels the same thing. I said, in the eyes of God, I know I'm doing the right thing. So that's good enough for me.
Absolutely. And that's the way, like the for agreement type thing, you always do your best, and whatever happens, you've done your best, and it seems to work out pretty good in the long term. All right, Mr. Lewis Herms, it's been an honor, pleasure as always to have you on, and great wisdom. I appreciate your time, and look forward to seeing you on the 1st and 2nd.
All right, my brother. See you Monday. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Patriots. Summit Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. EBS blackout activated. The storm is upon us, actually. We are in the storm. Be prepared. It's time for the world to unite against Satan worshippers. Judy note, Phase 1 of the Great Global Transition has begun. Since Thursday, May 28, 2026, many large U.S. cities have been experiencing rolling blackouts: Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, and Seattle. On Saturday, May 30th, the emergency broadcast system was expected to activate, with banks going dark during 10 days of darkness. Be prepared. On Wednesday, May 27th, President Trump called his cabinet to emergency meetings at the White House, though it was believed they were talking about a whole lot more than just Iran. By early afternoon the next day, on Thursday, the White House was blanketed in red lights, signifying a series of mass arrests had been completed. It was believed those mass arrests were of traitorous perpetrator politicians in Washington, D.C. Since elected in 2016, Trump had been centered on taking down those from within who supported a globalist agenda to control the world and its people. That group was headed by Obama and his CIA, using their mind control programming that has grown into AI data centers across the nation. Way back in 2020, CIA Chief James Woolsey admitted on national TV that the CIA's job was to overthrow governments. Evidently, that included the United States. The center of our present problems seem to revolve around the CIA and their ability to 1. Control the global financial system, 2. Spread DARPA chemtrails that poison people, earth, water, and food supply, that involve blackmailing politicians to do their bidding, election fraud to keep the people under control, and mind control programming. And that has evolved into the AI data centers across the U.S. built for the specific purpose of controlling people. And all of this is being covered up by Congress and the mass media. Conquering the deep state control of the global financial system was key to taking down the Satan-worshipping cabal. That would begin with the fall of the fiat US dollar, so a gold asset-backed currency could stabilize international trade. Right now, in May of 2026, central banks around the world were anticipating a US dollar collapse any day. This was necessary for the new financial system to come into fruition. This war against the deep state began in earnest behind the scenes way back 7 years ago in January 2019 with Trump's revision of government offices. During another Democrat-caused government shutdown and under reduction of force guidelines, Trump fired hundreds of deep state senior executive service employees who were handpicked by Obama and Clinton. Normally, these SES operatives, yeah, that's the deep state in our government, who regularly leak the deep state agenda to CNN and MSNBC, could not be fired unless convicted of felonies or found guilty of flagrant misconduct. On January 2nd, 2019, military tribunals began at Gitmo for high-profile elites such as the Clintons, Obamas, and Bushes who were said to be under arrest, awaiting tribunals. Charges against them were believed to include capital high treason, money laundering, misappropriation of U.S. taxpayer funds, plus Uranium One, 9/11, and Benghazi crimes. Now, as of May 2026, Trump has released Nasara Jasara funds during the global currency reset of 209 nations to be gold asset-backed in their currencies. It was the end of poverty, debt, hunger, slavery, and the beginning of a new gold era. In one of his more forceful statements, Trump promised to ending income taxes Friday, May 29, 2026. And there's the link. Confirmed, Trump promises to end income tax. Friday, May 29th, situation updates. Friday, May 29th, situation update, Byington bombshell report, great global financial political transition happening now. Be prepared for 10 days of darkness, politics before it's news. Friday, May 29th, We the People News situation update featuring Restored Republic. And Friday, May 29th, boom, Judy Byington bombshell report, Restored Republic via a GCR update as of Friday, May 29th, a.m. Friday, May 29th, 2026, here it is. Newly hidden FBI documents released by FBI Director Cash confirm not only did the FBI stage January 6th 5 months before it happened, while the DNC planned to overthrow the United States government if Trump won, provoke a breakdown on J6 to disrupt the proceedings, and prevent the vote from going through. But Christopher Wray also had 274 federal agents. Think about how many that is. Embedded at the official proceedings of January 6th and had federal agents infiltrating chat rooms months before January 6th, orchestrating for the overthrow of the U.S. government. United States Representative Clay Higgins. Vindicated. Representative Clay Higgins. Christopher Wray was not only involved in the actions on J6 from within, he had over 200 agents embedded, dressed as Trump supporters. I mean, that's so obviously corrupt. And they, it was an operation. They wanted this to happen. They had it planned. Before the doors were even opened, when you track the text threads and the communications within those groups and trace the origins of suggestions of potential violence or an active occupation of the Capitol on January 6th, you'll find that those messages were led by members who turned out to be FBI agents infiltrating the groups, so they were entrapping people. The FBI's involvement was deep, not just on J6, but in the days, weeks, and months prior. President Q45 to Q47 on Telegram. Wow. I mean, the Democrats, the FBI, all working together to create that whole operation and to lock people up and shut down any dissent regarding the votes. Unbelievable. Voter fraud. Friday, May 29, 2026, Georgia. Sworn affidavits along with video evidence confirms that 100,000 plus ballots were dumped around 4 a.m. to counter Trump's massive lead in the Georgia 2020 election. Voted and counted in the Michigan 2020 election. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are people involved inside the government that have been trying to take President Trump down in the State Department, the intel community, the CIA, and the FBI, etc. They must be identified and fleshed out and held accountable, along with the judges that covered up the stolen 2020 election. The Schiff on Telegram. Friday, May 29th, Wisconsin voters found stored in election systems using punctuation marks, single letters, numbers, symbols, and duplicate formats no human or program can audit, which indicate massive red flags of voter and registration fraud in 2020 and other elections. Wisconsin audit also found over 170,000 ballots submitted without any application, 28,395 indefinitely confined voters who were legally not with, which included one of Joe Biden's own electors and protesters, which allows people to vote without ID. White Hats on Telegram. Friday, May 29th, an Alabama election worker went across the street and made a copy of a ballot on regular notebook paper, fed it into an ES&S election machine, and it read and counted the ballot without any issues. Dominion voting machines are not the only machines compromised. ES&S machines have the same issues and features. Dominion also has machines that are able to scan and mark ballots after the last time a voter touches their ballot. They can even change the settings to mimic a human to purposely not fill in the bubble neatly when selecting a candidate. What's also concerning is Georgia's reversal rates on their machines, which was around 15% to 20% in the 2020 election. What do these machines need to do when marking a ballot? Reverse the ballot and the refeeds itself before marking the ballot. Edward Snowden on Telegram. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Tier 4B ISO 20022. He didn't just say it, he proved it. Nikola Tesla was the greatest genius of the 20th century. He gave us alternating current, radio, and wireless communication. But what they didn't teach you in school is that Tesla also discovered how to heal the human body. In 1898, Tesla began experimenting with high-frequency electromagnetic currents passing through the body. He discovered that specific frequencies could stimulate cellular regeneration, kill pathogens, and restore body's natural energy field. He called it electromagnetic therapy. Today we call it PEMF, pulsed electromagnetic field therapy. Tesla realized that the human body is an electrical system. If you restore the voltage using frequency, the body heals itself. He built machines to prove it. He wanted to give this technology to the world for free. So what happened? In 1901, J.P. Morgan, the billionaire financier who controlled the medical and energy monopolies, realized Tesla's technology could not be metered or sold in a bottle. If anyone can draw power from the earth, where do I put the meter? Morgan asked. Morgan pulled his funding. Tesla's laboratory was destroyed and his research was suppressed. When Tesla died alone in a hotel room in 1943, the FBI immediately raided his room and confiscated 80 trunks of his research.
The storm rages on. Military protocols activated. U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets unveil hidden operations. Mr. Poole 2.0 on Telegram. In the theater of history, some events leave scars that time can't erase. The assassination of JFK was one of those moments, a rupture in the fabric of American society that led to the activation of secret military protocols by the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets. What followed wasn't just a reaction to tragedy, but the beginning of a hidden operation, spanning decades, cloaked in shadow and secrecy. The story begins with JFK, but it doesn't end there. His son, JFK Jr., inherited more than just a name. Protected by a covert group under the codename Q, JFK Jr. had access to information far beyond the ordinary. Why? Because this was no accident. The Green Berets, known for their expertise in unconventional warfare, extended their protection to him, an alliance built in the wake of his father's murder and tied to military operations that were set in motion the day America lost its 35th president. The Green Berets weren't just soldiers, they were the spearhead of intelligence networks operating globally. Their link to JFK Jr. and Q was no coincidence. These were military protocols hidden from public view, only activated when the stakes were highest. Think about it. Why would someone like JFK Jr. need such high-level protection? Because he wasn't just the son of a fallen leader. He was a key player in a larger, hidden narrative. Or was it? The speed of his burial, the questionable autopsy, the whispers of a decoy body. These aren't the signs of a simple tragedy. They are markers of something far more sinister. Conspiracy theories rage, and with good reason. This was a cover-up, plain and simple. Those in power moved quickly, too quickly, to close the book on a man who knew too much. So what's the truth here? Was JFK Jr.'s death part of the plan? A decoy to escape the tightening grip of those who feared his knowledge? The Green Berets, Q, and the shadowy web of global alliances suggest something far deeper was in play. We've seen how the official story crumbles when the light of truth shines on it. And now the truth demands to be heard. This isn't fiction. This isn't speculation. The storm is raging, and the time for awakening is now. Every piece of the puzzle is falling into place. JFK Jr. may have been silenced, grow louder every day. And the power structure that seeks to suppress this truth is unraveling before our eyes. Stay vigilant. Stay alert. The Great Awakening is here. The storm is upon us. And the protocols of vigilance have been activated. Don't trust the official narrative. The truth is out there, waiting for those brave enough to see it. The time to act is now.
What about Tulsi? So I've heard, Wano Savin has said that Tulsi Gabbard's getting ready to go nuclear. She's not leaving with a whimper. She's leaving with a bang this June, and basically kind of getting herself out of the way for the backlash, and I guess kind of a planned exit to deliver this will go military at some point, but this June and July will be nuclear as well.
So she is really, as anybody would be that really cares about their spouse. And then there are people in that the deep state wants out of their way.
So I know that the National Prayer Day was May 17th. I knew things were going to start picking up after that. June, I'm hearing, is going to be pretty damn nuclear with Tulsi. She's going to basically expose all the cheating from 2020. I know that the Russia 2020, the Russia Gate stuff is also going to pop. What do we expect to see June, July, August going into midterms, Gene? How can you best explain what this climate is going to look like?
Well, one thing that is going to really blow up and has already started is Ukraine. Russia is done playing around because the Ukraine military attacked a girl.
When was this?
2 days ago.
Wow. Okay. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, just a few days ago. And they have on their kill list the entire faculty for that college.
Wow.
Yep. So you can imagine in this country if such a thing happened. Like, remember 911 and the people wanted blood and they said, okay, it is this guy over here, It didn't matter who they said, the country, the country.
But NATO's using Ukraine, right? It's kind of like they're using the Ukraine as the proxy, right?
Yeah, but all of them are saying they can't come to the aid of Ukraine with more help at this time. And U.S. is promising they're going to send them Patriot systems and all that. And they've said, we're going to send you this much and this much. Yeah, well, that's fine. But where are you going to send them from? Because they don't exist. It's going to take a year or two to make them. They don't have a year or two. So in the last 48 hours, the Russians have launched series of Oreshniks on Kiev. And taking out
Oreshniks missiles, I guess.
Oreshniks are hypersonic missiles that have so much kinetic energy you don't even need a warhead, although they can carry nuclear.
Jeez.
It's Oreshnik means it's some kind of tree that carries nuts that hang down in large bunches and it breaks into multiple deliveries. systems where they hit the ground with so much kinetic energy they can bust down into a bunker way deep. And so they are now having over 150,000 troops in Belarus getting ready to go back to Kiev like they did before. The mainstream, of course, said that they were beat back. They weren't beat back. They left because of the peace deal that Boris Johnson torpedoed. But at the same time, now, Kiev is continuing to try to strike Moscow. And at the same time, it's done. And they also have thousands of Spetsnaz in Odessa. So the summer offensive starts. I don't think Ukraine will see the end, and it won't have Odessa and it won't have Kiev much left, if there's anything left. And they've already put out a notice, the Russian government, to any dignitaries of any foreign governments that are in Kiev. You've been warned. Leave now. And a bunch of them are, all stoic, like saying, we're not leaving, we're not going anywhere in the EU. And Dmitriev said, I guess they have a lot of excess ambassadors that they need pruning. So it's serious.
And one last question before I get to the audience, because there's a lot of people with their hands raised. When can we expect to go start hitting or strikes into Cuba?
It may not even be necessary. We probably will put boots on the ground, but it's also, the people are ready to just end it. And Castro Jr. is already in lockdown.
Okay, because I know they threatened Gitmo, they threatened Key West.
Yep.
So I mean, I know that we have to get that neutralized before we start sending people to Gitmo, correct?
Yeah. But at the same time, G was told not to interfere.
Okay, so that's another reason that big meeting happened in China.
Yep. Hands off this, hands off.
Okay. Makes sense. All right, Gene, I'm going to get to the questions now. A lot of people have their hands up.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, Phase 1 of the Great Global Transition has begun. Since Thursday, May 28, 2026, many large U.S. cities have been experiencing rolling blackouts: Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, and Seattle. On Saturday, May 30, 2026, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, was expected to activate, with banks going dark during 10 days of darkness. Be prepared. On Wednesday, May 27, 2026, President Trump called his cabinet to emergency meetings at the White House. Though, it was believed they were talking about a whole lot more than just Iran. By early afternoon the next day, on Thursday, the White House was blanketed in red light, signifying a series of mass arrests had been completed. It was believed those mass arrests were of traitorous perpetrator politicians in Washington, D.C. Since elected in 2016, Trump had been centered on taking down those from within who supported a globalist agenda to control the world and its people. That group was headed by Obama and his CIA, using their mind control programming that has grown into AI data centers across the nation. Way back in 2020, CIA Chief James Woolsey admitted on national TV that the CIA's job was to overthrow governments. Evidently that included the United States. The center of our present problems seem to revolve around the CIA and their ability to 1. Control the global financial system. 2. Spread DARPA chemtrails that poison people, earth, water and food supply. 3. That involved blackmailing politicians to do their bidding. 4. Election fraud to keep the people under control. And 5. Mind control programming that has evolved into AI data centers across the U.S. built for the specific purpose of controlling the people, all of which was being covered up by Congress and the mass media. Conquering the deep state control of the global financial system was key to taking down the Satan-worshipping cabal. That would begin with the fall of the fiat US dollar so a gold/asset-backed currency could stabilize international trade. Right now in May of 2026, central banks around the world were anticipating a US dollar collapse any day. This was necessary for the new financial system to come into fruition. This war against the deep state began in earnest behind the scenes way back 7 years ago in Jan. 2019 with Trump's revision of government offices. During another Democrat-caused government shutdown and under reduction of force, RIF, guidelines, Trump fired hundreds of deep state senior executive service employees who were handpicked by Obama and Clinton. Normally these SES's operatives who regularly leaked the deep state agenda to CNN and MSNBC couldn't be fired unless convicted of felonies, or found guilty of flagrant misconduct. During that government shutdown, Trump was also said to have reorganized several agencies: IRS, Federal Reserve, FBI, CIA, Homeland Security. Trump puts Schumer and Pelosi in a brilliant vice grip: Trump's agenda. On January 2, 2019, military tribunals began at Gitmo for high-profile elites such as the Clintons, Obamas and Bushes, who were said to be under arrest awaiting tribunals. Now, as of May 2026, Trump has released NISA/JASARA funds during the global currency reset of 209 nations to be gold/asset-backed in their currencies. It was the end of poverty, debt, hunger, slavery and the beginning of a new gold era. In one of his more forceful statements, Trump promised to end income taxes Friday, May 29, 2026, confirmed. Trump promises end to income tax: "You won't even have to pay it. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue." With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Friday, May 29, 2026, HAARP changes the Earth's frequencies to create earthquakes. Your governments have the ability to engineer earthquakes. Friday, May 29, 2026, breaking special report, Code Red, Trump swore on the Fed, the fight nobody's talking about in the end of the Keynesian era for gold. Friday, May 29, 2026, bombshell, Trump could become the first living American on U.S. currency since 1866 as Treasury prepares historic $250 bill. Save the children. Friday, May 29, 2026, 300,000. That's how many children the United States government lost. Not misplaced. Not temporarily separated. Lost. Released to strangers with no background checks, no follow-up, no phone call. Gone. Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. Friday, May 29, 2026. Here it is. Newly hidden FBI documents released by FBI Director Cash confirm, not only did the FBI stage January 6 5 months before it happened while the DNC planned to overthrow the United States government if Trump won, provoke a breakdown on January 6 to disrupt the proceedings and prevent the vote from going through. But Christopher Wray also had 274 federal agents embedded at the official proceedings of January 6 and had federal agents infiltrating chat rooms months before January 6 orchestrating for the overthrow of the U.S. government. United States Representative Clay Higgins, vindicated Rep. Clay Higgins. Christopher Wray was not only involved in the actions on J6 from within, he had over 200 agents embedded, dressed as Trump supporters, before the doors were even opened. When you track the text threads and the communications within those groups, and trace the origins of suggestions of potential violence or an active occupation of the Capitol on January 6, you'll find that those messages were led by members who turned out to be FBI agents infiltrating the groups. The FBI's involvement was deep, not just on J6, but in the days, weeks, and months prior. President Q45 Q47 on Telegram. Friday, May 29, 2026. For those that are having a hard time understanding what is in Iran and what we indirectly funded, Iran is the deep state, cabal's proxy, JFK secrets on Telegram. Iran is the central bankers equals the City of London's control could only go so far as there had to be a plan B. They also knew President Donald Trump was going to eventually dismantle their financial arm and build up our military stronger. They knew there would come a day when those military generals that they couldn't buy, the White Hat Alliance, said no more and their own militarily/weapons plan would be needed for their final attack on us. With the US being the military arm, how would they accomplish this? Hence their proxy, Iran, which is why no other president in history ever took it down and those that tried were eliminated. Enter Obama, their puppet, and many others that helped to get the American people to turn against their own country with Soros, NGOs, the fake programs for the needy, USAID, and fake wars. All money laundering schemes to systematically siphon our resources and tax money to help fund the demise of America, the leader of the free world, all while weakening our only defense, our military and the people. The only things that stood in their way of full world dominance, where freedom of the people was a distant memory, was we the people, under every blade of grass, and our military. Enter President Donald J. Trump, who had been groomed for this position for a very long time, was in possession of the Tesla files and was personally asked to run for president by those WH generals, all while Trump continued playing the life of a playboy and infiltrating their circles to teach himself more about what the enemy was and what he'd be up against. Read the book The Sun Tzu: The Art of War to understand this better. A book photographed on President Trump's desk. Didn't you ever wonder why he was so strong on his opinions on Iran dating way back to the 1980s? He was gaining the full understanding of the plan and how best to help dismantle the cabal and every weapon they used to destroy our country and the free world as we know it. Voter fraud, Friday, May 29, 2026, Georgia. Sworn affidavits, along with video evidence, confirms that 100,000+ ballots were dumped around 4 a.m. to counter Trump's massive lead in the Georgia 2020 election. Affidavits also state that 10,000+ dead voters were found, voted, and counted in the Michigan 2020 election. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There are people involved inside the government that have been trying to take President Trump down in the State Department, the intel community, the CIA, and the FBI, etc. They must be identified and flushed out and held accountable, along with the judges that covered up the stolen 2020 election. The Chiffon Telegram. Friday, May 29, 2026, Wisconsin voters found stored in election systems using punctuation marks, single letters/numbers, symbols and duplicate formats no human or program can audit, which indicate massive red flags of voter and registration fraud in 2020 and other elections. Wisconsin audit also found over 170,000 ballots submitted without any application and 28,395 indefinitely confined voters who were legally not, which included one of Joe Biden's own electors and protesters, which allows people to vote without ID. White hats on Telegram. Friday, May 29, 2026, an Alabama election worker went across the street and made a copy of a ballot on regular notebook paper and fed it into an S&S election machine, and it read and counted the ballot without any issues. Dominion voting machines aren't the only machines compromised. S&S machines have the same issues and features. Dominion also has machines that are able to scan and mark ballots after the last time a voter touches their ballot. They can even change the settings to mimic a human to purposely not fill in the bubble neatly when selecting a candidate. Today, the average person sits for 11 hours per day. Their lymphatic system is essentially frozen. Waste products that should be eliminated within hours remain in the tissue for weeks. The immune system cannot function in a stagnant environment. They built a world where you sit in a chair for 8 hours, eat processed food that clogs your lymph, breathe shallow breaths that never activate your diaphragm, and then wonder why your body is failing. They never told you about the lymphatic system because the solution is free movement, breathing, vibration. You cannot sell a drug for something that requires you to simply move your body. Our Friday, May 29, 2026, the storm rages on, military protocols activated, U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets unveil hidden operations, Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. In the theater of history, some events leave scars that time can't erase. The assassination of JFK was one of those moments, a rupture in the fabric of American society that led to the activation of secret military protocols by the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets. What followed wasn't just a reaction to tragedy but the beginning of a hidden operation, spanning decades, cloaked in shadow and secrecy. The story begins with JFK, but it doesn't end there. His son, JFK Jr., inherited more than just a name. Protected by a covert group under the codename Q, JFK Jr. had access to information far beyond the ordinary. Why? Because this was no accident. The Green Berets, known for their expertise in unconventional warfare, extended their protection to him, an alliance built in the wake of his father's murder, and tied to military operations that were set in motion the day America lost its 35th president. The Green Berets weren't just soldiers, they were the spearhead of intelligence networks operating globally. Their link to JFK Jr. and Q was no coincidence. These were military protocols hidden from public view, only activated when the stakes were highest. Think about it, why would someone like JFK Jr. need such high-level protection? Because he wasn't just the son of a fallen leader, he was a key player in a larger, hidden narrative. And then, the plane crash, JFK Jr.'s death. Or was it? The speed of his burial, the questionable autopsy, the whispers of a decoy body, these aren't the signs of a simple tragedy. They are markers of something far more sinister. Conspiracy theories rage, and with good reason. This was a cover-up, plain and simple. Those in power moved quickly, too quickly, to close the book on a man who knew too much. So, what's the truth here? Was JFK Jr.'s death part of the plan? A decoy to escape the tightening grip of those who feared his knowledge? The Green Berets, Q, and the shadowy web of global alliances suggest something far deeper was in play. We've seen how the official story crumbles when the light of truth shines on it. And now, the truth demands to be heard. This isn't fiction. This isn't speculation. The storm is raging, and the time for awakening is now. Every piece of the puzzle is falling into place. JFK Jr. may have been silenced, but grow louder every day. And the power structure that seeks to suppress this truth is unraveling before our eyes. Stay vigilant. Stay alert. The Great Awakening is here. The storm is upon us, and the protocols of vigilance have been activated. Don't trust the official narrative. The truth is out there, waiting for those brave enough to see it. The time to act is now. Friday, May 29, 2026. Gavin Newsom caught in a massive federal money laundering scam. Great Awakening now on Telegram. Newsom increased ambulance costs 300%, then requested reimbursements from the federal government, but it was fake. He'd then pay a different company a fraction of the cost and pocket the rest. Stealing billions. One of the largest and most convoluted schemes in modern history has been discovered during a review of California's medical financial records. Investigators found that under Gavin Newsom's leadership, the Golden State has essentially been funneling taxpayer money from all across America to prop up California's own finances.
A time tonight on a Friday night to give the audience what they're excited about, looking for. Welcome again here to our round table. The three amigos. We have a replacement face, but it's becoming a commonplace now with Josh Reed here. Thanks, guys. Josh, what's happening in the world? What are the most exciting things happening in the battle for Earth today?
You know, a Battle for Earth or Battlefield Earth, I think, is a great topic for tonight. You know, there's a lot of things happening in the context of the prerequisites being laid out for accountability, for arrest, for all of this stuff to happen. We see this kind of inching its way into the scene. But that's not really the things that I'm paying attention to right now. We have Iran, which obviously Trump came out and said there's a deal, and then Iran's like, no. And now Trump is getting ready to bomb the crap out of Iran again. I think that we need to set that stuff aside for a minute because there's something that I think is bigger on the table here. And, you know, I've been following the UFO, the UAP stuff for a little while. And, I mean, for a long while. I've been involved in this stuff for, 2 decades now. And what I'm seeing is quite interesting. So you have Tim Burchett that's out there saying, hey, the deep state's getting involved. This is why you're seeing a bunch of nothing burgers coming from the DOD. And I disagree. I had Tim Burchett on my show about a month ago, right?
All that.
And I disagree with that assessment because when you start to look at the UFO secrecy that has happened over the last 80 years, there's a few different things that tend to make sense. And I know there's people out there that have been whistleblowers and talked about, jet black craft that hover and they're involved in taking migrants up. And we're hearing about all of this. Funny thing is, I wrote an article before anybody ever was talking about that stuff about a year and a half ago. Now, there are aspects of all of this stuff, but there's something that I kind of want to get out of my head tonight for everybody because there's something coming. And I don't know if that means literal or legitimately, but there's something coming. And I think that we all need to start wrapping our head around what this might be. This last week, we started hearing rumblings. Eric Weinstein, Dr. Eric Weinstein, who was a UFO denier for the longest time, is now saying, I'm 100% a believer. You have Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, I'm a believer. You have Michio Kaku going on Fox News saying, I'm a believer. And they're saying just from the evidence of the grainy videos that are coming out from the DOD, they're believers. But Eric Weinstein said something very, very interesting. He said that I was actually contacted by the White House communication team, me and other scientists, on what was the right way to go about on disclosure, telling people that we are not alone in the universe. And then you had just 2 weeks ago, the pastors and the priests that were contacted by the White House communication office doing the same thing. Prepare your people for UFO extraterrestrial disclosure. And then just recently, Jeremy Corbell, people know he's kind of involved in a lot of this with a lot of the congressional hearings. He came out and said that he was contacted by the same White House team. So in other words, we're getting the White House that is saying that Like, no matter what, we are moving forth with this level of disclosure. And so one of the things that I wanted to do, I want to read this post that I wrote the other day, because this is what we're seeing with the levels of disclosure. And I think it's really important to differentiate between what we're seeing right now. And then I'm going to get into the ideas of what I think is going to happen, of what's going to come. Because everything that we're seeing right now, the build up to artificial intelligence, moving to ASI, the hidden war between the U.S., China, the globalists, the old guard, all of this is about this one topic. Whether people can put that together or not, it's all about this one topic. When Donald Trump is talking about a golden age, when he's talking about the Great Awakening, when he's talking about a revolution in technology, this is primarily what he's talking about. Now, a little background. 80 years there's been this secrecy surrounding this whole community, whether it's a secret space force or what. The one thing is evident, that the high level of this technology has been kind of branched off to various different factions, and we know that the white hats, the good guys, the patriots, have had control of this for the latter half of the last 80 years. That what we would consider to be the deep state, the cabal, these factions have only more recently got involved in this technology. I was talking to a general, 4-star general. I'll just put that out. I'm not going to put the guy's name out there. And we were talking about this type of disclosure. And I said, one of the main reasons I look at the secrecy behind all of this is simply because you can't allow the Obamas, the Clintons, the deep staters, and the globalists to get access to this technology. And he started grinning, and he goes, let me tell you something. And he went on to say that we've held a lot of this technology for the longest time away from these people. And the massive secrecy has been primarily for that. But then we're hearing other rumblings this week that, hey, the secrecy wasn't about keeping it away from humanity. It was about keeping it away from the nefarious ETs or interdimensionals that are abducting our people and doing various different evil things on our planet, because we didn't want them to know that we're becoming technologically advanced. So there's multiple parallels to understand here. Now, we're watching Tier 1 disclosure right now. What is Tier 1? Agency reports filed by people who have no idea what they were observing. Censored data and reports of anomalous phenomena. Historical documents describing witness observation and anomalous phenomena. The trend, it's all observational data. If something is there, we don't know what it is. That is Tier 1. Tier 2 disclosure, this is the next level. We have 10,000 new documents that are going to come out over the course of the next few weeks. These are internal assessments behind closed doors. Notice that we're not seeing this. We're not getting the generals or the intelligence community trying to rationalize what these things are. We're just getting the observationals right now. But this is going to be programs analyzing performance characteristics, propulsion signatures, transmedium travel, radar anomalies, nuclear correlations, biological effects, and intelligence evaluations. Not we saw something, but we have reason to believe the phenomena represents technology and intelligence beyond conventional explanation. Then you have Tier 3 disclosure, and that is the meat and the potatoes. That is the revealing of this technology. Now, I got it from really, really good sources that there is going to be... So what Donald Trump is doing right now is executive reauthorization. So all of these programs exist through various different chains through the DoD, through compartmentalization within private companies and contractors, but still under DoD authority. So DoD does the hiring, DoD does the security clearances, and they still have primary authority over this. They hide them within these corporations to basically ensure that this doesn't get out. Now, during the Obama administration, we know Clinton sent 38 SAP emails, special access program emails, to a Chinese server, and that China got access to them. What was in them? That was the professors and the universities that were getting grants because they were, under the Obama administration, they were making a move to pull some of these SAP programs out of these black budget programs and put them into the universities to get them out there to universities that they controlled, Harvard, Stanford, Yale, MIT, so forth, to get them out there so they could begin developing this technology commercially and have their people in control of it, as well as China begin developing this technology and learn the secrets that we learned. Now, this is kind of around the time frame, early 2000s to the late 2000s, of when the deep state really got access to this type of technology. So they're a little bit behind the curve. And we know that one of the things they're doing is they're going out there and they're abducting these migrants that are flowing over the border, and they're taking migrant children. They're taking migrants that have psychic abilities. There's something to do with third world country people and the lack of technology that increases the psychic ability within people. And one of the interesting parts about all of this is this technology seems to be consciously actuated, as in your consciousness is what drives this level of technology. And I always found that fascinating, because that's something that we've been saying for well over a decade when I first found all of this out and started talking to people about this. Now, why is the Trump administration going through executive reauthorization of this technology? Why now? Why specifically now? Well, we can look at the Genesis mission in AI, that we finally have the capabilities to compute the physics and the dynamics of this. AI brings about one aspect of it, quantum computing another aspect of it. The amount of processing that these things have to do, just these small little drones, the amount of computational power within them is far greater than any supercomputer we currently have on this planet. So we can reverse engineer the technology, but we never had the vast computational power to go out there and run these things. So that's being present right now. But from what I'm gathering is that between 2027 and 2028, something's going to happen. I want to say blue beam or a fake alien invasion or anything like that. I think it's the real deal. I think that there's something coming. I think that there's something coming to this planet, and Trump is trying to prepare the world for whatever it is. And I think that the deep state, the globalists, they knew this, and they were preparing the war for their overseers to come back. And Trump is like, no, we got the technology, we're going to fight it for whatever it is. This is the indication that I'm kind of getting, is that there's something dark about all of this, and there's a rush to get this technology into the hands of people and innovate as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And this has been going on for thousands of years, where humanity advances and it gets knocked back down. So this time we're going to be able to advance. I think we are. If we look at the ancient temples of Dendara, they have basically these carvings, looks like aliens that are carved in there. And we see in other Abydos, there's looks like blimps and tanks and helicopters carved in the stone. Some of these have been we haven't seen them for thousands of years, and then they unearthed it and saw it. So it's not like something recent where somebody got in there and carved this stuff. Mm-hmm. So we've been dealing with this for a long time. The Majestic 12, basically, they came to Eisenhower and said, when they had that crash where, we have these, ancient, or not ancient, but alien technologies, they came to Eisenhower and they're like, hey, we're going to give you this, all you have to do is give us like 300,000, people, like Josh is talking about now. They keep seizing people. And he's like, no. We're not going to do that. But there were this industrial group, 12, Majestic 12 corporations, which said, we'll do it. And so behind the scenes, outside of the realm of the military, the real military, and Eisenhower, they started to work with these alien types and, all the technology that they got from them. Same thing happened with the Nazis. So Nazis were dealing with these guys, these negative ETs, and eventually it got, Eisenhower and the white hats, if you will, got word of this, and they started to develop very rapidly their own technology, and so we're to the point now where we have a higher, more efficient, more impactful level of technology than they do, and so they're scrambling, trying to stop us out. It's not going to happen. So yeah, I agree with Josh. We're at Iran. That's a nothing burger compared to what's going on with the technologies that we're seeing that are about to really come out. So directed energy weapons, we're seeing directed energy weapon use. all across America and the world. This is the bad guys using that. That's getting shut down. And then some of the technologies, the HARP technologies, creating storms. We didn't have any hurricanes last year. So, things are moving in the right direction, but still we're going to have these guys trying, pull some fast ones, but I don't think they're going to be successful. Maybe a little bit here and there. We have, some serious problems with the Muslim population, throughout the United States that we need to clean up. That's been a problem. I've dealt with this for most of my career. At least 30 of my 35 years of working in the SEAL teams at the highest levels and the CIA at highest levels. The negative Muslim type are a big threat to humanity, and they're in bed with the Democrats here in the United States. So this is something that has to be, rectified. And President Trump is fighting this war on all of these levels, all at once. He's not the only one. We have, groups all around the world that are doing the same thing. So a massive movement to take down this deep state that's been entrenched for thousands of years. This is monumental. So monumental time in U.S. history and for the world. So, Josh is right on. There's a bigger thing that's going on right now. And we may see some fireworks before we see things get any better. Will President Trump hit this weekend? Who knows? In Iran, it seems to be on the cusp, but maybe he'll just extend it out a little bit. That group out. Every day that goes by, they aren't making money. People are quitting. Their military, their law enforcement not showing up. So it's starting to really, have an impact. But it's also having an impact on the people of Iran. So they'll sacrifice the people all day long, forever, to stay in power. So I don't know how we go. I've said that we have to hammer them out, because I've been part of that my whole career, where we went after these guys and eliminated them. So we're at the heart of this now, because I was always like, why don't we just go take out Iran? They're the ones that are causing all these problems all over the Middle East. Now we're there. So this is a very good time.
Well, I can tell you my view has been that they've in the last probably 15, 20 years, they've actually started soft disclosure of aliens here on the planet. I've said this many times. All you got to do is watch a Democratic National Convention on TV and watch the camera sweep the crowd. It looks like the bar scene in Star Wars. Like, Jesus, where do they find these things? These are definitely off-planet freaks, 3 heads, and all kinds of crazy shit. But that, to me, has always been soft disclosure. The interesting thing about laying the groundwork for this is that you have to prepare the psychology of people, and I've learned years ago, about a decade ago, you got the alliance powers and the cabal powers. The same war's been going on off planet as it has here on the planet as well, and it seemed like the alliance was on the brink there for probably in the last 8 to 10 years, but they got the upper hand now. And they've been seizing all these off-planet assets, and that's things that people haven't heard anything about this, or thinking, what are you talking about, off-planet assets? Yeah, there's quadrillions of dollars of infrastructure built off-planet. And, talk about us becoming an interstellar race. We've been an interstellar race for quite some time, just not all of us. It's just those powers that have control of those technologies. But what I find interesting is that, and I said this as soon as Trump, and in my opinion, the first step toward disclosure was when Trump announced Space Force, because the day he said that, I said, here we go, because you have these technologies that are so advanced that if humanity finds out that, as we said before, Mikey and I have talked about this, 0 point energy, all these technologies that have been around forever. And people would learn that, and they would just get so pissed, and because and if this stuff existed, you would see a breakdown, total chaos, breakdown of social services, people rioting, just going crazy. And so how do you introduce these level of technologies that are now going to be dropped on humanity? I guess the two competing viewpoints is the on-planet alliance wants a very slow disclosure over 20 to 50 years, which started about 15 years ago. The off-planet alliance wants to drop it right on the heads of humanity because they feel they can handle it. Guys down here is like, no way. I was a proponent of like, hey, drop it all on our heads. We will figure it out. Because who wants to wait 20 to 50 years? And I don't believe that anymore. I think this slow rollout is what we can accept and understand, so we don't have this breakdown. But on top of that, how do you bring it to the consciousness of humanity? Well, as soon as Trump announced Space Force, I said, there you go. That is their umbrella that they can start introducing this infrastructure to humanity that's going to change everything. And how are we going to react? What are people going to say? All of a sudden, we build spacecraft or like aircraft carriers like Captain America, 6 miles long, massive, and comes up out of a canyon. You're like, oh my God, look at that thing. Yeah, that actually exists. How do you disclose that? Well, people are going to say, holy crap, look at what Space Force built. To be cheering, yeah, that's awesome, as opposed to, what, these bastards have kept this from us for all this time, and we've had this chaos on the planet. So the bomb that dropped for me on this, it blew me away. was Jesse Waters. You guys saw the segment, like,
Yep.
Holy shit. He's coming out and saying, look, there's 4 different races of extraterrestrials. You got Nordics, you got Greys, you've got the arachnids, or whatever you call them, the ant people, and you've got the Draco reptilians, whatever you call them. I mean, think about dropping that on something as mainstream as Fox News. I was like, holy shit. Talk about just ripping the brakes off the car and just hitting the gas. Now, most people you would think would be like, what are these talking? These guys are crazy, right? But I didn't see any of that reaction. People are thinking, holy, my God, it's real. They really are aliens. I thought that was a very positive indicator that humanity, at this point in time, I believe is prepared for the big one to be dropped on top of us. And I've said this for years now. And again, it sounds like I'm always attacking religion. It's not religion I'm attacking. It's the dogmatic thinking where we were pulled off the playing field. Christ tried to help us understand, this is the power you all have. This is what they stole from you. And how I explain, the quantum physical realm of our Creator, that's been wiped off the playing field for all of us humans. And that's, Christ is trying to say it. Look, these works you will do, and even greater than I. Religion has had this grip on humanity and kept us enslaved, sitting back waiting for our Savior to come and clean the planet up. I said on the biggest stages in the country we've been on, religion's the worst single thing that has ever happened to humanity, in the case where we're taught in the Bible, just if somebody strikes you, turn the other cheek. Well, I just put out a picture today on Telegram showing Christ busting some asses and tables and throwing people out. That's not turning the other cheek. That's coming in like a warrior. That's not a sheep. That's a lion, and kicking some serious ass. And you guys have seen this. It's frustrated me that we need humanity to stand up and say, we are done with this bullshit. Everything that they're doing to strip us to the bone of our rightful experience here, and all we have to do is stand up. We don't have to fight. I've said for years, we outnumber these bastards by the billions, but we are programmed through religion to sit back and just accept it, and somebody's going to save us. I've believed that all through my Christian life when I became a born-again Christian at 14 and 2 decades of that. But at this point in time, I've come to realize, we're the one you've been waiting. You're the one you've been waiting for. They're the military is waiting for us. The non-terrestrial intelligence, the benevolent intelligence, are waiting for us. When our wake up is different than what they think. Our wake up is that the depravity that's happening on the planet is at the behest of the world powers and the leaders of every country. Theirs is to wake up, man. How can they not see their own power, what they can actually do, this incredible human species? So for me, however it plays out, I think you're right, Josh. When you drop something like that on Fox News and brings up the mantids, like ant-faced people that are conscious humans of high intelligence, like we are, they just, have had DNA fusions of whatever creatures they've created. And, what these guys have shared with me, we're the direct result of 22 separate genetic experiments over the course of time to perfect whatever, and the human species comes to this place. People say, no, wait a second, God created us, Adam, Eve, the rib taken out of Adam. You know what? Very simplistic form, 100% true, I believe that. Just over 1 billion years, right? We all come out of the elements of the planet. Every element that's in the earth is up in the air, just floating around. We are all from the same elements. How it comes up in the storyline is open for debate. But I think we're all saying the same thing, just in a different time frame or speed. But if this is where they're taking us right now, I say there's nothing else more important to happen for humanity than the disclosure of high intelligence. Why are they here? They haven't destroyed the planet. They obviously have a very special interest in this human species. You start asking, what is it? What is it about us that they have this sort of eye on humanity, and they want us to join those ranks of, interstellar travel and civilization, whatever. So whatever it is, I think you're right, Josh. Man, this whole conflict, Iran, Cuba, next, all these things are pale in comparison to what's really happening at the highest levels.
Well, it's also about getting the whole world prepared and ready for this. So you have to dismantle the old world infrastructure, and that's what Venezuela and Cuba and Iran were. Red Pill Lion put out a quote from me from 925, and he actually tagged it in here. He said, "What we are dealing with is a very, very ancient dark cult, one that has ruled over this planet for a very long time. And they are being systematically dismantled at a time that they were most powerful. And it only happened because you woke up." And that is the truth in the matter. And, if we go to look at what you were just talking about, the trickle-down disclosure of what we're getting with UFOs, ETs, and aliens, I think what's going on is that there are gatekeepers right now that are not allowing access by the executive branch into these programs. The way Trump does things is he acts stupid upon them, but then puts out simple directions and very subtle clues. I think what you're going to get is one of these Tuesday or Wednesday nights, Trump's going to come out to the Oval Office at the Resolute desk, and he's going to go on at 9 p.m. on all mainstream media, on all mainstream news, and he's going to announce that we are not alone in the universe. And I've just been briefed, and I've seen the documents. They're about to be released. We are not alone in the universe. I think that that's going to happen, because what that does is that is a paradigm-changing event for the world. Whether we all know the truth, but how many billions of people in the world don't even think about that or don't realize that? And the moment that you have that seed beginning to set within the minds of humanity, and then the technology starts rolling out, and you start seeing scientists begin to innovate towards that direction, towards hypersonic travel, towards anti-gravitics, towards free energy type of devices. We stop trying to redevelop the rocket engine, and we start moving towards exotic physics, because obviously this is where it's at. Because if they're doing it, then it's real, and if it's real, then there's something wrong with our theory. Now we can readjust. And the beautiful thing is that what you're just saying, you said it a little while ago, you said that this spaceship's going to rise up from the mountains, and people are going to be like, yeah, that's Space Force built that, not the 80 years of these black programs. You're absolutely right, but here's how it's going to happen. You have the Genesis mission that Trump put out there through executive order. You have 40,000 scientists that are going into the Genesis mission. You're going to have the release of this information, drip, 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 disclosure, flood. And then AI is going to figure out the science, give the plans and designs for innovation. People like Elon Musk are going to step in, and they're going to commercialize and innovate this stuff within a matter of a year or two. And you're going to start seeing flying anti-gravity craft. And people are like, oh my God, yeah, that's all. Trump and Space Force did that. That's how that's going to look, not 80 years of reverse engineering by these black projects.
I'm going to see if I can show you guys something real quick here. I'm handling the I have the con tonight because Lisa's off on a Friday night. I'm going to see if I can do a screen share here on this. I'm not sure if it'll work. If it doesn't, I'll just read it. Can you guys see anything on that screen, or is it just blank?
It's asking to share my screen.
Your screen, okay. We might have set that up for you earlier, but I'm just going to go ahead and read it and come right back to you guys. This is Q drop, and obviously this is of the highest level of importance. This is interesting. Q drop 2222, September 19th, 2018, at 8:25 p.m. Eastern. Here comes Anon asking. The question is, Q, are we alone? Question mark, and it says Roswell? Question mark. And here comes Q team back and says no. Highest classification, and all highlighted in red. Consider the vastness of space. I mean, it doesn't get any more direct than that. That's high level intelligence. Yeah, no, we're not alone. Consider the vastness of space. So when they put that out, it was just another indicator. Trump talking Space Force, probably about the same year or a year later. Now the military intelligence is saying, yeah, no, we're not alone. Consider the vastness of space.
Pop this one up on the screen. If you can just go right at the bottom right there, just hit share. You'll see it. There's a screen with a Q post right there.
Is it left-hand side, or how do I do that?
It's right. It should be right next to me. If you look at your picture right below you,
okay,
there should be something to put that up on the screen.
Let me see if I can. What does it look like? Is it like two arrows going this way, or something like that?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Let's see what happens. That didn't do it.
No. Okay. Well, I can read the Q post. So
streaming mode. Okay.
November 22nd, 2022. Why that's important is this is the last Q post. What is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Why? Mankind is repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. How do you protect your DNA? There is a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension. Now, it's huge. And you're saying is, why are these extraterrestrials interested in us? Now, I know a lot of people out there like, they're demons. I disagree. The reason I'll disagree is because angels and demons.
J.D. Vance said that recently. They're demons. I'm like,
angels and demons throughout biblical times and throughout history, one thing that we always see is that they are never engaged within technology. They are always engaged within the spiritual realm, ethereal realm of how they operate. These things use technology. And actually, that's a big giveaway to why they're interested in us. Because they have to use technology in order to traverse the vastness of space or interdimensionality or to do the things that they do. We don't. And this is one of the interesting things.
That's the hidden knowledge, right? You just said it. That is the hidden knowledge and capability that humanity has, but we don't understand it. It's been buried. It's been coded, maybe coded in our DNA to block it or whatever. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so when we start talking about out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, dreams, the dream world, the dream realm, all of this stuff is integrated directly with all of this stuff. Now, going back to the DNA part, one of the things that people heard this last week that came out was that the CIA was involved with 23andMe to capture people's DNA looking for alien hybrids. That's interesting. Interesting because on my Substack, I literally wrote a blog about that a year ago on Jeffrey Epstein because that's what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And people want to know, the CIA has an incubator out there along with DARPA known as In-Q-Tel. Google, first money came in from In-Q-Tel. Google Maps was nothing more than old CIA Corona satellite imagery. Okay? Very well known in the communities about all of this, how CIA gave Google its first products. So Google, Sergey Brin. You remember Sergey Brin and Larry Page were subpoenaed by the Attorney General in the Caribbean when she was investigating Jeffrey Epstein? Nobody ever figured out why. I can tell you why. Jeffrey Epstein owned two companies, the New Albany Company and the Southern Trust Company. The New Albany Company is the one that he had with Lex Wexner. Both of these companies were DNA mining companies. This New Albany Company was located, headquartered on an island in the Caribbean owned by Google. Just so happened ran a Google quantum AI data center on that island. Now, what's more interesting is Sergey Brin's ex-wife, Anne Wachowski, was the CEO of 23andMe. 23andMe and then two other companies that existed in Europe at the same time were nothing more than honeypotting operations for the intelligence agencies and for Google to gather all of this DNA information, pull it in, and then when they had everything, they took it by a cyber attack. Once they had everything, they shut all of these companies down. Now, why was Epstein important? He was a procurer of children for these advanced projects of DNA manipulation, of cloning, of biomedical research. He was selling to big tech. He was selling to intelligence agencies, and he was selling to various other tech companies. Now, the interesting part is a lot of this research was being done in deep underground military bases. A lot of it was being done in third world countries, 72 biolabs in Ukraine. You notice that Tulsi Gabbard made her announcement a week after she announced that she was investigating the 72 biolabs in Ukraine. And they had that technology in the 60s and the 70s, but think what they have now. And I directly believe that people in the Trump administration are being targeted by this level of weaponization. But the question becomes why? Because they're getting too close. Todd Blanche pulled back the Epstein files. Why? Because the next level of Epstein files gets released was financial data. That financial data begins to show that many of the people that Epstein had under contract were the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. And what was he doing? He was selling DNA information and children being procured for biogenetic experimentation. This is the big secret in Washington, throughout the world, that everybody at the elite class, they all know, but nobody's saying anything because it implicates all of the top intelligence agencies, the Department of Defense, governments. I mean, Tim Burchett was on my show, and he said, my biggest fear, and he goes that this is really legitimate. We just talked to a whistleblower on this, is that the Department of Defense is actually involved in genetic engineering of super soldiers. And I said, no shit, we knew that. like that's new to you? Like,
have you met Mike Jaco?
Have you met Mike Jaco?
Yeah.
So you mentioned that President Trump would come out possibly and talk about UFO. This would be monumental because I don't know, Josh, you won't remember this, but maybe Scott might remember. 1976 presidential campaign. Jimmy Carter came out and said he saw a UFO, and that when he came into office, that he would have all the stuff that was there revealed. When he came into office, he reneged on that. So maybe a lot of people voted for him because he was going to do that. Because I remember as a teenager and so forth, everybody was talking about UFOs back then. And here we have a president's going to reveal on that. Yeah, let's get him in office. Let's do it. And then he didn't do it. So now President Trump is revealing. And if he does come out like you're talking about, Josh, that's going to be very, very monumental because basically we're overcoming that MJ-12 control system. That's
right.
He's
going to overwhelm it by actual disclosure. He's going to go in front of the whole world and say, it's real, it's happening. I've been briefed. There's extraterrestrials. Yep, we're hearing that this is who they are. Confirming Bob Dean, confirming Robert Hellier, right? I mean, confirming all of this information. And once that's out of the bag, now think about the seed that gets planted in the physicists' minds and the engineers' minds. Wait, this is actually real. Okay, if this is real, how the hell are they doing that? And now they begin to developing and innovating. Now the idea of building bigger and better rockets, that goes away. We transition to a new state of technological innovation that we've never seen before. And within the next 10 to 15 years, watch out.
Yeah, and where did he reveal in? He revealed in Playboy magazine, CIA-controlled Playboy magazine. Of course, Hugh Hefner was an early form of Epstein. So that's control systems everywhere. They're breaking down. We're destroying them. So it's a great time.
Yeah, the battlefield. You mentioned. I mean, you said it, Josh, early on. The battlefield on the planet is what we see. What we think is a battlefield is a smokescreen. It's a smokescreen for various reasons. It's a smokescreen for the transition. It's a smokescreen to shift the axis of power, into the hands of the good guys, like the whole Western Hemisphere idea, putting us in a place where all the resources we need are right here. That, in my opinion, it makes sense on every level. It makes sense militarily, economic, in every way, shape, or form. But when you said that earlier, you're right. There is a bigger battle here. There's a bigger play here, and it's always, always behind the scenes. It truly is the Wizard of Oz playing this thing out. But even for the people like us, we consider ourselves the good guys, part of the white hat operation. I think we're going to be completely blown away when this curtain opens and we get to see really the deepest parts of what they're working on, what they're trying to free humanity from, and then we get a picture of it. There's multiple operations all simultaneously taking place every single day on different fronts. As you know, Mike, highly compartmentalized. One group doesn't know what the group over here is doing. It's pieces of the puzzle being built, assembled. Because if anybody knows at all, that's why we learned at the Q team is, who is and how many are there? The answer was there are less than 10 and 3 are non-military. That's what we know. So that means basically 9 or fewer people know everything of this entire operation from front to back of what's going on. And if in fact it had to be that way, because too much information of everything in the hands of too many people, there's always going to be a leak. What fascinates me is through all this, there are no leaks. I mean, think about this, guys. Just in this term, has there been a single leak on anything? We haven't seen that shit for decades. Every president has leaked everything, but everything is locked down so tight right now that I'm not even sure day to day what's happening for real in these different factions of the battle going on. But the battlefield is not just regional, it's the entire planet. And I think that's why now they're coming forward to disclose non-terrestrial interaction with humanity. And what I'm always wondering is, how do we can say this, but people are there, everybody's from the Show Me State now. Okay, that sounds pretty amazing, and I don't disbelieve it. Show me. How do they introduce to the world, check this dude out. See this tall, handsome-looking Norwegian or Swedish-looking dude? Whatever his name is. Yeah, he's from another star system. He's from another planet. How does that play out? How do they introduce a live being to humanity all around the world? How does that happen?
Yeah, real quick. The Red Pill Lion has a great little thing in the chat. UFO, uncontrollable female outrage. Where mama bears, mama lions came out and went in those school boards and said, "Oh, hell no, you're not going to do this to my children." And then it just blew that bullshit lie up. So yeah, we're making some great headway. Good job, mama bears, and that was great.
And I think we're moving towards something. You had John Ramirez, former CIA, coming out and talking about 2027 is when he had on through discussions of an event. You had Lou Elizondo, who would refuse to talk specifically about that time frame in 2027 to 2028. There is almost an urgency behind letting people know what's going on very, very fast, right? So from what I'm gathering is that there's potentially something that's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be China announcing that they have anti-gravitic technology, or if it's going to be a deep state faction that is going to try to fake a UFO invasion, or if it's going to be extraterrestrials. Now, I do have a theory here. I wrote this article about a year ago. Now, Mark Andreessen, who's one of the AI guys that's on Trump's tech boards and stuff like that, he was just on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he says that we already obtained artificial general intelligence. So AI right now is as smart as the whole of humanity, has as much intelligence as the whole of humanity. That's huge. Now, the time frame between AGI and ASI, artificial superintelligence, to where its intelligence goes beyond us, that could be a few seconds, an hour, a month, 10 years. We don't know. It could happen at any point. And if people want to kind of understand artificial superintelligence, if anybody remembers the book, or if you watch the movie, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, okay, there's a computer, the super grand computer, that was created by the two smartest beings in the universe. And they ask it, what is the purpose of what is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of the universe? And it goes, come back in 3.7 million years. And they come back in 3.7 million years, and they have this big ceremony, and it comes out and it says, the answer, the biggest question in the universe is 42. And they're all like, what? 42? Makes no damn sense. He's like, no, I've calculated it billions of times. It's 42. Well, here's the thing. Is the advanced AI supercomputer understood the solution. The intelligent beings did not. Why? Because its intelligence was so far beyond anything that we can comprehend. We're mere ants in its presence at the level of intelligence. So 42 was the right answer, but it was the right answer at that high level of intelligent computation. And so we're moving towards artificial superintelligence. Now, anybody out there is a Star Trek fan, they know about two different things. Number one, the Prime Directive, and number two, First Contact. The Prime Directive is you do not get involved with a developing civilization because you could taint them or destroy them or whatever it might be. And then once they've obtained a superior level of technology to be able to traverse the stars, that's when First Contact comes. Well, what if there was another technology that actually prompted First Contact? It wasn't just hyper light travel. What if it was artificial superintelligence? Because with artificial superintelligence, if that thing rose up and destroys this civilization and then teaches itself how to travel amongst the stars, it could destroy other worlds, which means that is a point of ingression where an alien species would have to come out here and make first contact right when we've obtained artificial superintelligence. So I think that what we're about to see, and by the way, this theory spans off of he was on a ship heading towards Antarctica. From what we heard, Jaime Hashem, 4-star IDF general, came out in an interview and said that the rumor is Trump met with 3 species of aliens that consider themselves the Galactic Federation. He wanted to disclose to the world in 2020 of extraterrestrials. He was told that humanity's not ready. And he said they told him not to do it. I think Trump is pressing force for this because we know this. I think that artificial superintelligence, which is going to be obtained probably in the next year and a half, I honestly think that the U.S. government, we've already obtained it. That's why all this is happening. That's what the Q computer was that did all these calculations that formatted this out. Palantir obtained it a long time ago, and that's a defense computer that they own. But when we go into this idea is that once ASI is obtained publicly, that's when first contact's going to happen. And I believe that's going to be between 2027 and 2028.
So you're talking from a protective standpoint, to mitigate anything bad that would go wrong.
I think that ASI is going to happen, and then we're going to see some UFOs descend from the sky, and you're going to get some, maybe Nordics or mantis-like creatures that are going to come out and say, take us to Donald Trump. We want to talk to him, right? And I think that the world at that point in time should be already knowledgeable and understanding on these topics.
Well, my personal desire is that the one they march out is a smoking hot reptilian. That's just something that is in my bucket list. I want to see one, right?
You're going back to the V series, the Vril.
Oh, goodness gracious! That's not smoking hot. That's one evil son of a bitch. That's one scary little.
But do you remember the new miniseries? They had that one chick on there, the black. Oh, she was smoking.
I've been hearing that.
So there's good reptilians, right, Mike?
Or decimating the bad ones. What's that?
There are good, yeah. There's good reptilians, aren't there?
Yeah,
there's benevolent ones, right? Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be crazy, man. The next. I'm so excited for the next 5 years because what we were about to find out and learn. I mean, every month we're finding a new conspiracy theory that's becoming true. I mean, guys, this is the Great Awakening. It is happening for all the people in the audience, man. Like, someone said it already happened. Well, yeah, I get that, but we're talking about 9 billion people on the face of this planet who don't know what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. And the thing is that we might think that we're humanity, but we're part of a greater family here, and that you have to get this whole planet on board with what's happening. And that's what Iran and Venezuela and Cuba and Europe and Ukraine and Russia, that's what all this is about. It's about dismantling this old world infrastructure that was meant for power and control over the people and re-implementing this to a multipolar world framework to where sovereignty and kind of sovereignty and the prosperity of humanity thrives. I mean, that's what we're moving to. But here's the thing is there's people out there that don't want that to happen, and they are trying to intervene at every damn level they can. And I think that they've realized right now that they've lost. Yeah. And, they lost many years ago, but they're realizing now that they lost. And what they're trying to do is to replan their integration of their agenda, 2028 past. We'll see what happens. I don't think they're going to be successful at all.
Yeah, and we just saw Romania get hit by Russian drones, but those were drones that were being fired. Yeah, exactly. That were being fired at the Ukrainians in port city of what's that port city right there?
Odessa.
Odessa, thank you. So they shot across, because basically they shot from Odessa at some Russian ships that were going down through Turkey, and they got hit. So they responded. You hit us, we hit you, and some of those drones were intercepted and went into Romania and blew up in Romania and hit some buildings in Romania. Now they're all like, "Oh, look, Russia's attacking NATO." They tried this already with Poland, but this is what we're talking about. They're going to continually try and spark something a little bit bigger. We have to be bigger and not get, and I think Trump is not going to do anything. Somebody responded from the U.S. I don't know who it was, but they're like, "Oh yeah, Russia bad, and we're going to talk about this." And they're like, "No, we're not going to talk about this. This is bullshit." And quotation marks, like Josh said. Yeah, we hit them, or Russia hit them. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, Putin already came out and he's like, "What drones? What drones? There was no drones that we intentionally flew into Romania." And he goes, "You mean the Ukrainian missiles?" That's what he was saying. Is the Ukrainian missiles? You mean that's what you're talking about? Because what happens is Ukraine wants Article 5 of NATO to be initiated so that the United States gets pulled into the war. The problem with that and why they haven't tried a big false flag is because they know that Trump and Putin are talking through back channels, and they know that the United States would pull out of NATO the moment that they tried that. And here's the thing is that Russia would walk all over Europe. Right now, Russia is incredibly strong. People are like, "Oh, Russia's weak." No. Russia would decimate Ukraine in 24 hours if they wanted to do absolute casualty of war. But they're being very respectful, and they're letting Europe just kind of engage them and do what they want, because Europe is burning off all of their hypersonic missiles, all of their ammo, which means that it's just making them weaker and weaker through time. And Russia could take over all of Europe if they wanted to, but they don't want to. They don't need to. They don't have to. Russia has the largest landmass on the freaking planet. They have uranium, they have oil, they have grain. There's two countries on this planet right now that could become isolationist countries, close off their borders, shut everything down, never talk to another country again, and survive for 250 years happily and peacefully. Russia and the United States. Don't need anything from anybody.
Brilliant.
Yep.
I think Russia has $72 trillion worth of minerals and oil and everything. So yeah, they could easily do that, Josh. That's brilliant. Good job.
Think of the restraint. I mean, my respect for Putin, it really came on in 2015, about that time. In fact, before Trump actually ran, he had already announced, but I had stated once on Facebook, I said this before, how I put up there that Vladimir Putin is the only noble leader on the world stage, and I just watched the chaos ensue. People just flipped out because the programming, even Sean Hannity, I'm just like, I was talking to General Valley about this, like, what the hell's with Hannity constantly? Putin's a thug, he kills journalists, all this bullshit. This guy is, first of all, the guy never violates international law. He's an attorney. This guy could have done so much damage on the planet, and he has always been restrained, just sitting back. I mean, having the balls to come out in front of the world UN, saying the world leaders. Or he said the how did he say it? The global. He's referring to the global leaders. He said the new world order. He said they worship Satan. Trump's not even said that.
Yeah.
To come out in front of the world and say things like that is actually stupefying, especially in the face of the war that they could launch and say the guy's a total lunatic. But I've had mad respect for this guy. In fact, I saw a video back in it's about the time whenever they were getting Yeltsin, whatever his name is, getting him out the drunk. And these oligarchs that had basically, through all the money that the United States sent $200 billion to Russia to start bringing capitalism into the country, and they put Gore in charge of it under Clinton. And what do we find happening? 6-7 years later, you have a group of about 20-30 guys who couldn't buy a cup of coffee now are oligarch multi-billionaires, and they're stripping the country of resources and people up in like 1 million people. Nobody knew about that. So when these guys brought Putin in at the edge of this time, and these oligarchs sat him at a conference table and said, "Look, you're never going to be president." He said, "We'll see about that." So then when he became president, what did he do? He started using the Constitution to decapitate everything that they had, their holdings, put them in prison. And there was about I don't know, like 1 million tons of coal sitting in one of the ports. I don't know if it was their warm water port, but he went out in Siberia, and I saw the video where all these people, you see these dilapidated flats, and they're all surrounding him, and they're begging him, please, please help us, please don't leave. He said, I will not forsake you. I am coming back. And he goes back home, and then he goes to this port where there's this massive amount of coal sitting there. He said, by tomorrow, I want all that coal on those trains headed to Siberia. We're not losing one more Russian. And the response was, well, that's already been paid for by another country. And he said, I don't care. It's been sitting here for a year. Send it up there. And so obviously he saved a lot of lives, starts to rebuild the lifestyle and the standard of living for Russia. And people try to say, look, he's trying to reassemble the Soviet Union. I'm like, you kidding me? All these countries, all these stand countries, they were basically our welfare state here in the United States. They're a total drain. They provide nothing. They're draining off the entire Russian nation. And you want to reassemble that, all that third world bullshit? They wanted to offload that, never to have to deal with it again. So the last thing he was going to do was try to reassemble the Soviet Union. I have a friend of mine who was born in Odessa. In fact, he's a renowned foot and ankle surgeon, one of the top that there are. People fly around the world. He's been working on me for a little while, and he's become a personal friend of mine before I even left LA over here. And I sat in his office one day, and I said, it was like the day after Thanksgiving, and I'm having a real issue. He basically helped save my foot a second time, and I had no money too. And I just met the guy. He's young. He's younger than I am. He's probably mid-40s. But I said to him, he said, sorry, I'm here, nobody's in the office today, and I don't normally deal with this paperwork. I said, how's Obamacare working for you? And I knew as soon as he looked at me like this, I thought, here we go. And he just said what he said. 3 hours we sat in that room, never even x-rayed me, did nothing to me for 3 hours. All we did was talk politics. And this guy is so bright. In fact, he's one of the founders of is it RT or the Duran? The Duran. Yeah, he's one of the owners of the Duran. Extremely intelligent, hugely educated. He gave me the education of a lifetime on Putin, and Russia blew me away. Anyways, that just validated everything I've thought about Putin since back in 2015 by the way he's conducting himself. The restraint that this guy has exercised in the face of this insanity, these insane attacks, and maligned like he was. So I said during this whole time, there's no doubt Putin's a good guy. There's no doubt Putin's working with Trump. But I think, again, the question then comes, is that Putin 1.0 or is that Putin 2.0? That's the only thing that I can't answer. Are we looking at Putin 2.0? Is he a white hat controlled figure? Is it the real Vladimir Putin?
Definitely 2.0, maybe even more at this point.
3.0, 4.0?
Maybe, yeah. Now, Romania, that's where Dracula was, Vlad the Impaler. But he's in Romania, he's a hero, Christian hero, because he stopped the Ottoman Empire, which had far more people, warriors that were coming, and they basically, they impaled 20,000 of their soldiers, and then the rest of the army came through and saw that, and they're like, okay, yeah, we're going to go back. So why are they trying to, provoke Romania? Is Romania, one of those countries that's going to flip? I don't think so. They're a Christian country, just like Russia. Now, what made Russia, flip from the Soviet Union back to the Republic of Russia was the child. Basically, they're stealing the children, doing the.
And then he'll restart negotiations again. And I think that's going to probably happen over the course of the next few weeks. At least that's my thoughts on it. But for the ET stuff, I think that we're in for a very, very big surprise. And I think that if you are alive in the next 5 to 10 years, which I'm sure everybody listening and every person on this podcast is going to be, you are going to see some advancements of technology that are going to blow your freaking mind.
Yeah. You know what the most exciting is about that is the life extension stuff. That to me is people having a second chance at a real good life. Because you think about the people that are living. You mentioned, Josh, everybody watching this, you got somebody in their 80s, they, like my dad was always worried about, not worried, but he just kept saying, man, I just hope I'm alive to see this, see the ending of it or whatever. I said, oh, Pop, you're absolutely going to. I didn't know they were going to get to him, but I think about that in this time where the most exciting moment in the history of the human species is right now upon us. And there are people who are just hoping and praying that they're on the edge of the doorstep and they're just on their way out. Like, man, I just hope this happens so I can see this, I can watch this. And for me, I think the most important technology is the life extension technology of whatever that looks like, whether it's a pod. You talk about, Josh, the technological advancement. I've heard this, and I know you guys have probably heard the same thing. In the next 5 years, the advancement we're going to see, maybe it's 5 or 10 years, the advancement we're going to see is going to be a 500-year leap. In fact, there's a book written 30 years ago called The 500-Year Leap in technology and advancement, and to just to watch that happen and see this become a Jetsons type planet, where now, and I think about all this stuff, that what happens to the planet when all this stuff hits us, because I said you want to change the entire planet, get anti-gravitics in our hands and let's go to work, because literally overnight you're talking about the dissolution of every road and street in the world, like picking it up off the ground, no more incursion on Mother Gaia, and no more car crashes, because you're on one plane and it's this way, that way, car crashes, 300,000 people crashes. When you have these planes, all these multi-dimensional planes where we have this vastness we could be traveling through and not making a danger for everybody. But I said to Sasha once, I said, we were off the coast of Turkey or somewhere last fall on a ship, and we're looking at the infrastructure, and I'm just thinking, how do you transition that? How long is it going to take, same conversation, to deconstruct this concrete jungle of a planet and get rid of the ugliness of it all? He said it'll happen instantly. And the way he described it is, it's the conscious or spiritual leap into, let's say it's a higher dimension, or basically transitioning into that dimension. And what you'll see is like a ripple effect, and all of a sudden it's all gone, and what you see replacing it is what it was supposed to be on a different timeline. I thought, man, how fascinating would that be to see that kind of a transformation, literally demolecularize or move through that wave field into maybe the advancement is that, but what we're sort of transitioning into what it was supposed to be, without this yoke or this weight that kept humanity down. I mean, who knows? The wonderment of it all is going to be the best part, trying to figure out what it's going to look like and then having it actually happen. I think this is just an amazing time for all of us to be, number one, alive, but we actually get to talk about this without having yet another channel taken down. And obviously we've got the controls now, because here we are talking about things that would really get you just 5-6 years ago.
Just real quick on the life extension technology. I've been following a guy by the name of Dr. David Sinclair out of Stanford's longevity lab. And, a few years back, he was talking about all these things that they were working on, that they've basically extended the life of mice by 3 to 5 times. And he was asked the question, why only 3 to 5 times? He goes, because that's all we did. We could do it over and over and over and over again. So in other words, if you take a mouse into the average lifespan of a human, that's a human being living 250 years. And he said we could keep on going with it, and they've learned how to do it. And so at first they were using these designer stem cells that they have to pull out of an embryo clone of yourself. But more recently, this is where it gets really interesting. And then he goes, the other one is kind of a more proprietary supplement, but he goes, all you do is you wake up in the morning, you take this cocktail, you take it for about 2 weeks, and then you will de-age 20 years over the next 6 months. It's here. It's here.
I've told my sister, my oldest sister, Colleen, was born blind in one eye, 10% vision in the other eye, because she has underdeveloped optic nerves. And 30 years ago, I remember at different public speaking events, I talked about that at some point in my life, I know somebody's going to step up and they're going to have the capability to solve that problem. And I told her that. I said, you're going to see in your lifetime. Now, this is a girl who has never taken a disability check, went to school post secondary education, has worked her own job, has her own home, and the only thing she can't do is drive. Everything she does, like you want a speaker system hooked up, all the wires and shit, she'll like, just get out of the way. I'll take care of it. And she'll reach around and she uses her fingers. She can feel. I mean, it's a kind of a language where she can feel her way through things. Now, she has a computer screen as big as this here, and she's up close to it. Worked at Penn State, just retired from Penn State about 2 years ago. Was in the Health and Human Services Department. Has maintained that life, or had a job and lived a relatively normal life without the capacity. She can see close up, like if I'm coming toward her, she knows it's me, but seeing at a distance and seeing the beauty of the world is something she knows nothing about. And that's been one of my, I can't wait till we get to that time where they do what they do and develop these optic nerves fully, where for the first time ever, she's uncovered and she gets to see the whole world as we see it. And I think now we're right on top of that. So Colleen, I know you're watching this right now. So I told you 30 years ago, this day's coming. You're going to see what the earth looks like.
And she should reach out to that program, Dr. David Sinclair, because they're looking for people just like her.
Okay, I'll start looking. Can you direct me anywhere? Because I'll go to work on that.
Yeah, I will get you his information.
Please do. Absolutely. Wouldn't that be something? See.
So the John of God, he abused hundreds of women. He was Oprah's spiritual leader.
Bill Clinton
also had a baby farm in Africa. So baby farms, to supply the reptilians. So this is one of the things we're disclosing now. Speaking of Disclosure Day by Steven Spielberg, the new movie coming out, looks like it's going to be kind of what we're talking about, where ET has come to disclose, and there's like all these people are starting to have speak, and they're putting out all this stuff, and they're trying to stop it. MJ12 is probably trying to come in and stop these people and stop this ET from disclosing. So this is what a lot of us have been seeing. It's very frustrating to see that, some of my friends. But this is what we're going to see until we finally get control of MJ12 and stop them. So I think that's really where the focus. So all of these technologies we're talking about, they ain't coming out until we get control of those assholes.
Well, if I had Gene Decode on here this past week, and we were talking about that. And by the way, Josh, you were talking about the eradication of these species. That's why Trump in the first term allotted $500 million to subterranean warfare training. I mean, whoever heard of subterranean warfare training? Some of the shit that these guys saw, like Marine forces, highly specialized Marine forces, running into stuff down there that absolutely terrorized them. And they had to fight these things. And some of these guys aren't even, they're not normal today. They're psychologically just fractured because of what they've seen. But
old school install takes 2 hours? No thanks.
Not old school installs.
I hate 2-hour installs. So what do you guys see next? Like, obviously we know this is coming. This disclosure is coming. Let's jump back over to what's emerging right now with Cuba. What's the timeline to handle that situation next? You guys hearing anything?
I think
I think we're going to do a Venezuela with Cuba.
Yeah, we're going to do a Venezuela with Cuba. I think Delta or ISI or SEAL Team 6, someone's going to get sent in there. They're going to grab Castro and bring him out because, think about this is one of the methods that Trump has used is decapitation events, right? Yeah. He goes in there, he takes out the Ayatollah, he takes out the IRGC leadership, he takes out Maduro. And Castro, whether people want to realize it or not, still controls much of Cuba. But he knows all the players involved. And that's the key, is to get him back here to the United States of America, face prosecution for the last days of his life, or he can talk. Or he can tell us, hey, tell us a little bit more information of what you know and who's involved. Why was Barry Soetoro over here during his first administration having a beer with you, right? What about Justin Trudeau? I mean, you just had Castro's daughter on mainstream media come out and say that Justin Trudeau is her brother.
Yeah. Mommy spent a lot of time over here.
Yeah, his mommy spent a lot of time over here. And we would welcome him like family if he came on out, is what she said.
Wow. Yeah. That's good. We're going to see, a lot more of that, reveals on a level like that. But that's soft disclosure right there. But for a lot of people, that would have been huge, like just 10 years ago. It would have been, and we've been talking about it. We, the truth community, have been talking about this for quite some time. Revealing all of these different things, and now it's starting to hit it mainstream. Kind of like Jimmy Carter. Back in 1976, I saw UFOs, and it's like, well, you're gonna disclose when you get in, right? Never happened. So we've been dragging our feet all this time. Although we haven't been waiting, we've been disclosing like crazy because we knew that they weren't going to, and we're tipping it, kind of like tip of the spear, tipping it in the right direction.
Yeah, 100%. We're and Trump is doing, I think, prerequisite kind of laying down of the information, and we're seeing this on all levels, even the election integrity stuff. DNI Tulsi Gabbard is out in 30 days, and within that 30 days, I think we're going to have some revelations of information and her report on election integrity and infrastructure. And I think that those referrals to the DOJ are going to bring about some indictments, but it's going to give Trump the prerequisite to bring about a national emergency on election integrity and infrastructure, which is definitely going to change the scene. And right now we're seeing the Democrats, I've said this on your show, I said it on Scott's show, I said the Democrats have no money. They're broke. Yep. And nobody was mentioning it until this last week when you find out the Democrats are $3.1 million in debt. And I'm like, told you, how can you win elections if you're $3.1 million in debt? You can't. If all your donors are being arrested, Swalwell's a donor being arrested, or under federal investigation for ongoing criminal conspiracy. This is all the NGOs and infrastructure. Act Blue under federal investigation. They're done. They're cooked. We're watching the end of the Democrat Party, and I think that we're going to have a very, very happy ending to a lot of this. But the people out there, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of fight left in this chicken. And, we have to go through the processes and the steps, but, my sources and indications say that we've already obtained artificial superintelligence at the U.S. side, and that's a game changer. It's over. I mean, it's been game over since we've had that. And with that being said, the next stages is, I was talking about this a few weeks ago, is that we're 1 foot out of the old door and 1 foot in the new door, right? Right now, we're closing that old door and we're walking fully into the new door. That's kind of where we're at with the worldview of where we're headed.
Yeah. So, over the last couple of weeks. Now, next week, we're going to see Spencer Pratt, take out the LA mayor. Wow. That would be like we're talking about. The Democrats that don't have any money anymore. Spencer Pratt, I think he had like 2.7 million, could be a little bit higher. And his opponents only had like, hundreds of $1,000s. So he had like 10 times more than either one of those knuckleheads that are running for the Democrat Party. So we may see on January 2nd, Spencer Pratt, if he gets 51%, he's done. He's got it. It's done. There's no runoff. He's going to be the next mayor. Wow, if that happens.
I agree, and that's going to be the tide that begins to turn, because I think that's a signal for the governor election in California, which removing Swalwell from the scene was one of the best things that could happen for that. Yeah. And then that puts every blue state on notice. I mean, you just had what was it? DHS Secretary Mark Wayne, come out, Mark Wayne Mullen. And he said that, if these states, blue states, still want to be sanctuary cities, let them. I don't care. That's fine. But guess what? Your airports will no longer have Department of Homeland Security processing international flights. No international flights. Good luck.
No doubt.
I mean, imagine California not having international flights. Colorado, Denver, not having international flights.
New York.
Yeah, New York.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be huge. So yeah, definitely a good angle to take these guys out. So
Where'd Scott go? What the hell?
I guess Scott, he's talking to, he's on the phone. He's got something else going on. So he got kicked out of the studio, Tracy's saying. So he's trying to get back in. So, great. He got kicked out of his own studio. So we're keeping the show alive. It's good. Who else could do this? But you and I, Josh. So yeah, I think that the political, I think the political reveals are about to break, like you're talking about with Tulsi Gabbard. Imagine, and that could be one of the reasons why she's leaving, so that they can just like dump that and no one gets responsibility for it or gets taken down or hurt or whatever. She just dumps it out and then boom, she's gone. It's like, oh, it's good. I left it.
So Tulsi sets up all these investigations, all these task force, goes out there, declassifies all the information, puts it all nice and neatly together, and then once she leaves, she hands that over to the DOJ. Her replacement comes in. I think it's going to be Devin Nunes. That's my guess. Devin Nunes. Let's say, assume Devin Nunes comes in as DNI. That's when they fracture the CIA into 1,000 pieces. So
are you saying, Josh, that Radcliffe is a bad guy?
I don't like Radcliffe as far as I can throw him. I mean, Scott, think about it. Is we know that the CIA was spying on DNI Gabbard. Whether John Radcliffe knew or didn't know, either way, he needs to resign because of that. If he didn't know, that means he's not in power and control. And if he did know, that means he was behind it. Guy's got to go. But this is, I mean, your new DNI, I think their job is not going to be disclosure and declass. It's going to be consolidating the intelligence agencies. And I know there's like 18. There's actually about 25 to 26. Consolidating that down to 2. And I think it's going to be basically eviscerating the whole infrastructure of the intelligence community. So I think that this was planned by the Trump administration, that they knew Tulsi would probably leave around the midterm election timeframe. She's basically done with her investigations. That's going to get handed over to the DOJ for criminal referrals. They're going to take those investigations. That's going to involve people in the intelligence communities. Her replacement that's going to come in, it's not going to be Lucas, which is a deep stater. It's going to probably be Devin Nunes, is my assumption. And when Devin Nunes does come in, or whoever does come in, their job is going to begin dismantling that intelligence apparatus and infrastructure, and probably consolidating it down to just a military intelligence agency.
Interesting. Something happened over here. My internet kind of crashed, so I cashed out for like 4 or 5 minutes, so I missed a lot of what you said. I thought, and this is just an assumption, I thought, how could this possibly happen? How could this agency go invade another agency and take back this information? I thought, I wonder if that's just another operation to draw attention to the whole UFO disclosure thing. I mean, I had no knowledge of anything. I just thought, wonder if that, because I assumed Radcliffe had control, was a good guy. I thought, wonder if that's just scuttlebutt to put it out there in the media and sensationalize it, so people then start focusing on that. And what's it all about? It's about alien disclosure. But man, I'll tell you what, if that happened and it was legitimate, that just goes to show you how deep this swamp is.
Well, in the interesting part about the documents that the CIA took back, JFK, MLK, RFK, and more, they were found MK Ultra documents that were getting declassified for the MK Ultra hearings.
Yeah. Yep. That was one thing they could never have get out of the box. Never.
Yep. Now, another threat that we have that's going to have to be addressed, maybe after the election and midterm, is the Muslim threat. So the Muslim threat is massive, it's huge. Muslims don't integrate. Now, I've seen a lot of people say that they have seen, psychics and so forth, massive numbers of Muslims converting to Christianity, and that could be because they have no choice. You're going to leave America.
Flipping the script.
Yep, exactly.
Well, what is the 3-step process of Muhammad? Migrate, replicate, dominate.
Yes.
That's how they invaded all the Christians. Syria used to be a Christian nation. Turkey used to be a Christian nation. This is how they've taken them over slowly over time. Yep.
Yemen, Egypt, Christian nations. They did it the same way every time. Come in and pretend that they want to, be respectful and honor everybody around them, the religion, breed, had the numbers, start hitting the political system, and where they can't accomplish that, just start I mean, look at this bullshit in New York City. They're coming out on the street and stopping traffic on prayer mats. I'd like to take that truck out there and just run down the street and mow down 30 or 40 of them.
I'm pretty sure that's going to happen at some point.
I guarantee it's going to happen.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
I see that, but it's us or them, quite frankly. And I've seen this. Muslims don't integrate, like Josh said. They come in to take over slowly, methodically, and then they dominate. They get to the point where they're more of them than us, and then they start to dominate. They've already started to do that in New York. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? In a lot of these big cities, and coming to Texas of all places. Your governor's let them come in, and although he's saying, "Oh no, we're pushing back on them, we're doing all this." Well, how did they get in there to begin with? They're a clown. You've been in charge all this time. Now you're doing something good because the people are starting to speak out. Yeah, okay.
Abbott, you're forking scumbag. Put your ass in the bench. We'll take it from here.
He needs to go to jail.
Hell yeah, he does. On the 28th of June here in Dallas, I was in Chris Bergard just filmed a documentary called Remember the Alamo, Don't Sharia, Texas, and I was asked to be in that, and Flynn and Alan West and a bunch of other people, and that the premiere is going to happen here on the 28th in Dallas, and it's the opening salvo on this whole thing. Just it's time to, of course, when they're going to interview me, they're going to get the tomahawk's going to be coming out in my message. Like there's no dancing here. There's no subtle way to say this. They need to go. I know there's quote unquote nice Muslims. I don't give a shit. The nice Muslims, the respectful ones, that doesn't work. Look at the shit they're doing to women in Iran and other places. This is so grotesque, and you say nothing about it. If we had the Christian Crusades, believe me, I'd be out there fighting the Christian Crusade. Then you better be ready to go to war and speak up against it and start moving against it. Because what happens is if the radicals, and they always do it, they become such great numbers, then the non-radicals, they join them because somebody's belief is in the Muslim religion. No problem. Go there. These shithole third world countries where you guys come from, if you want to be a Muslim, go there. Look at every Muslim nation that's left in the hands of Muslims, primarily. And you can say, what about places like Turkey and other places like that? If it wasn't for, again, like the Q team told us, the most powerful economic force the world has ever known is the U.S. taxpayer. Those countries that look like they're moderate, they would not survive without U.S. taxpayer defense money and everything else that we ship to them. They would be third world hellholes like every other Muslim nation around the world that's left to their own vices and their own religion. It can't work here no matter what. The Quran, it's all the bullshit in the Quran spells it out. And if and every synagogue or every mosque in this country is a forward operating base, I don't care what you say. That's why they shut down Epic City here in Dallas. $12 billion infrastructure they're building. And if people don't stand up and start firing away, finally, in this town, like more kind of your redneck cowboys are going in there and they're just lighting these councils up. Man, if any city council allows this shit, folks, go to them. Go right to them. Go to their houses. Don't be violent. Send 10,000 people to these bastards' houses and see what they do. Because if they're agreeing or voting for this shit, then they're taking payoff somewhere, and that's selling out the country. But you're right, Mike. We got to put an end to this now, and we got to put it down hard. And I haven't even seen what you've seen around the world.
In fact, so let me go into that, and then I know that Josh is chomping a bit too. But speaking around the world, when I was in Iraq, in Diwania, we were attacked, and I found out that they were attacking us from the mosque. So they would gather in the mosque in the learning center, and then they would come. So then when we went into Fallujah, after they hung my buddy Scotty Helpeston from the bridge, still buddy, we went in to help. We went in there. They were coming, same thing, coming out of the mosques and the learning centers. And eventually, the military got a green light. If you see them coming out of the mosque, blow the hell out of the mosque. And then they started to take that city down, and they didn't until then. Now we're seeing from, all of this stuff that's going on in Minnesota, where Nick Shirley has, said all this fraud has been happening, all this money's been taken. Some of that money's been going overseas. Some people have been, building, get Ferraris and Mercedes and nice houses and so forth. Some of that money, according to George Webb, has been going to buy weapons that are going into the mosques. Same shit.
Oh, so got me chomping to the bits on this one.
Nice.
I'm in Minnesota.
That's right.
Number one is how they steal elections in Minnesota is with the Muslim populations. They have basically NGOs that work with the mosques, and during election time frame, they go around and collect all the people's ballots. They fill them out and then they redistribute them, and I think they pay them like $20 a ballot to do that. That's one of the ways that they steal the votes. And A.G. Ellison is very well aware of this here, who's a Muslim, by the way. But if you remember the whole George Floyd thing, this was about money and drug running, money and gun running. Okay, you had Maria Santa Maria, and you had La Raza Radio. One of the first buildings that burned down in Minneapolis was La Raza Radio, owned by Maria Santa Maria, who owned the nightclub that Derek Chauvin and George Floyd both worked at, right? Wow. They were counterfeiting money for the cartels, but they were also running arms for the cartels into the Somali populations and throughout Minneapolis. And if you remember, if you go back about a year ago, at the beginning of the Trump administration, there was a massive arms bust in Minneapolis, actually about 25 minutes away from my house, of a Somali guy who had explosives, grenade launchers, rocket launchers. This is what all that stuff came from. And now you're starting to see the takedown of the Minneapolis Police Department. The police chief just got indicted, right? He's resigning. From what I gather, my good friend's a police officer up in this area. I'm not going to say where, but they're very well familiar with what's going on in Minneapolis. And basically, the Minneapolis police chief was having an affair with another officer. Well, apparently this isn't the only person. Mayor Frey and other people are involved in not only the cover-up, but also affairs. And so there's his driver, by the way. The police chief in Minneapolis had his own personal driver, which just happened to be a Somali police officer. And they did a hiring spree all throughout the Minneapolis Police Department, and a lot of Somalis worked there. But from what I'm gathering, is they're all his driver just got put on leave. Is getting fired, and a lot of these other Somali police officers are going to get fired and removed from their positions as well. But Minneapolis Police Department is probably one of the most corrupt police departments in the country. And they were 100% a part of that whole George Floyd thing. That's why Derek Chauvin was brought in, because they recognized the counterfeiting. They didn't want the Secret Service getting involved because it was part of a larger gun running operation, very similar to the gun running operation that was happening in Vegas during the Vegas shooting.
Yeah. George Floyd was running tractor trailers of weapons up there and putting them in the hands of Keith Ellis, and they were putting, I heard maybe it was California, where the state building or the government buildings up there, they're stockpiling massive amounts of weapons there too. But everybody thinks that George Floyd was what they made him out to be. The guy was involved in all this bullshit, running guns for these Muslims, and they're stockpiling them because why? They're looking to take over the country. They're looking to take down America. And you see any indicator that in one area of the country, but we have multiple areas. So I say there's no discussion to have. There is no debate to have. These people need to be shipped out and sent away. And there shouldn't be they're bulldozing mosques in places like Denmark. They're bulldozing every mosque in Denmark. Japan just outlawed the Muslim religion in the country. I mean, we always wait until we're pushed again to the precipice. That might be they're talking about until at the precipice moment of destruction will people find a will to change. And that's kind of how America does it, man. We're always forgiving, and just like Bill Clinton lied, but Orrin Hatch, the Republican senator, saying, just apologize again, be more contrite. Americans will just forgive you. Pardon me, but fuck that forgiveness stuff. This is where humanity's on the brink in the country, and in my opinion, this is the most dangerous element of a takedown right now is the Muslim religion in this country and the infrastructure that they're building. So I'm not in a forgiving mood. It needs to be shut down and shut down hard right now.
The Dems brought him in. It's the Dems' fault. Right? So the Dems got to go too. And the rhinos. We're already taking down the rhinos. That's good. And now we're going to take down the Dems, and hopefully in LA, and that'll start a trend. I don't see the Dems lasting much longer. I think they're going to be decimated in the very near future.
I agree. I think that we're watching the end of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that this is one of the points of Elon Musk, leaving Doge and all this stuff, is he was creating the America Party, more of a middle of the ground, independent, moderate party, but with American first ideals. And I think that the reason that was for the vacuum that happens when the Democrats' corruption and treason all gets exploited.
Wow.
Then what's going to happen to that vacuum of all those people? You need to bring them somewhere. And imagine them putting them under a party that is now aligned with America First, but maybe more moderate in perspective.
Brilliant. Wow.
It is brilliant.
I like
very
that
brilliant.
idea. That'll work. We've had parties that have gone away in the past, the Whig Party and lots of other parties. That there was like a Democrat-Republican Party at one time. So all gone.
Bull Moose Party.
Bull Moose, there
That's
you go.
right. Forgot about the Bull Moose Party. That was
Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy.
By the way,
Teddy Roosevelt did he's like he wouldn't do Muslims either. He came out and said, if you're, you have multiple wives, wouldn't work now because friggin' Mormons. But back then, he's like, no Muslims because you guys are like, marrying.
Well, and I'm pretty sure Teddy didn't say Muslims. He probably said goat fucker, right? Like if you're,
he said, if you have multiple wives, then you can't be here in America. But he was targeting Muslims.
Yeah.
What was the first conflict of the United States after after the Revolutionary War? The Barbary pirates.
Yeah, that what it was.
We had to have forward navy to go take out these Barbary pirates and Muslims that were taking our ships down, stealing our ships. It's been like that from the beginning, and we're here again now.
And why was the Barbary pirates? Why were the Muslims in control of that? Because they were running the slave trade. A lot of the slave trade was ran by them, especially in the Caribbean areas. And Teddy Roosevelt, man, God rest his soul, is probably one of the main reasons why we have the Federal Reserve. Unfortunately, he was against it, and his friends were against it, John Jacob Astor and Guggenheim and Strauss. They obviously got taken out on the Titanic, and he went and ran against Howard Taft, which was his buddy, his Secretary of Commerce, who went and got elected afterwards. He even campaigned for him. And Howard Taft started becoming progressive Democrat, and he's like, what are you doing, asshole? He's like, stop. And he's like, Howard Taft's like, dude, your time's done. He's like, well, I'm going to run again. And Taft wouldn't concede, so he created the Bull Moose Party to run against them. And this is how Woodrow Wilson got elected with only like 32% of the vote because Teddy Roosevelt split the vote between him and Taft.
Oh, my God.
Wow, I didn't know that.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. I love that early Americana history. Like, that whole... I can go freaking... I can tell you the history of our country. It's not what people think it is, man.
Not even close.
The first American flag, was a Union Jack where the stars are, and then the alternating 13 red and white stripes. But that was the flag of a corporation, the East India Company. And the reason why we had the flag of the East India Company is the East India Company, if anybody never watched these, this is heroin, Sassoon family, right? Big frickin' money movers and drug movers. This is the same company that took all the tea, but also drugged the whole Chinese population during that time. You ever wonder why Alexander Hamilton was 19 years of age during the American Revolution? And that's like Donald Trump having 19-year-old Stephen Miller next to him and being like, he's a great dude. It doesn't make any sense, right? But Alexander Hamilton's uncle, Lord Hamilton in Scotland, was the chairman of the board of the East India Company. And so the East India Company, they didn't like the Bank of England. They didn't like the crown and the powers that the crown had over East India Company's international ventures, of which they were trying to tax everything. Yeah, remember, all this started with the raising of tax on tea by the crown. So the East India Company came and helped to fund the American Revolution through France and proxy. And then in 1792, at the beginning of the United States of America's first treasury, because the Constitution came in 1791, 1792, the Treasury Department started up in 1792, and the first $10 million came from Lord Hamilton in Scotland of the East India Company.
What an amazing rewrite of history in this country. That's another thing that's going to just shock all of us, realize we didn't really even win the Revolutionary War and everything that really went on. Civil War, all of it. I just listened to something today, talked about, look, it wasn't about the slave trade. It was, again, the Southerners were right. It was about economics. It was about money. It was about control. It was about all that. So they have a reason to be pissed off at us Yankees. Not that I was any part of that. But
give me 2 minutes on that topic.
Go ahead.
There's a book out there called The Real Lincoln by Tom DeLorenzo, a historian. Great book. This frames the Civil War the way it was meant to be framed. Number one, most of the country at that time was freeing slaves. It was not.
Except Union states, except Union states. They weren't outlawing them in Union states, but in the Southern states.
Well,
I learned today.
So this is what was happening. The northern states were taking in loans from European banks to buy new technology for farming and to build out the Industrial Revolution, the cotton gin and so forth. So what happened is in Congress, deliberations started happening that the southern states had to go out there and take out the same loans to bring the same technology over. And the southern states said, no, we're not taking out loans from Europe or from any European banks, and you can't just make a hard transition. We still have workers out in the field. You got to give us a time frame, like 5 to 10 years of transition away from that labor force and integrate the technology. And the northern states said, no, you need to do it, and you need to do it now. And that was the prerequisite that led to the Civil War and why it was fought over slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. I mean, the hidden history that nobody knows, and I should do a whole series on this sometime.
That's good. Good.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. This thing just keeps banging around in my head, so I got to say this. Have you guys seen the movie Idiocracy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen the movie Idiocracy, you got to watch it. Luke Wilson, can't think of the black guy's name that was ex-football player. You got to go watch the movie Idiocracy. I saw it probably about 4 or 5 months ago. And it's so ridiculous. You're like, that's what this country or world would be if the Democrats remained in control. It's exactly what would happen to this country. It looked like the movie
Joe
Idiocracy.
Biden's America.
Yeah, Joe Biden's America.
Yep. But, gents, I got to get going here. I got another show to get on.
Perfect segue. Yeah, perfect segue. It's always great to have you guys together. I learned so much just hanging out with you guys. And like I said, Josh is my Encyclopedia Brown. Remember that book series, Mike, when we were kids, Encyclopedia Brown? The dude knows everything about everything.
I had that stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the good old days. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us again on a Friday night. This is an impromptu roundtable, and we'll thank Mike's wife, Tracy, Joe, Jaco, Scott. It's about time to start kicking the bushes. We need another roundtable. Okay. Like herding some cats, getting these guys together on their schedules. But so on behalf of myself, Tomahawk, Josh Reed, and Mike Jaco, that is a wrap for tonight. We'll be back again in a couple of weeks, and I'll say thanks, gentlemen, and that's a wrap. Patriot Street Fighter out.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Great Global Transition Phase 1. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Seattle, having blackouts. Saturday, May 30th, 2026. EBS banks go dark. 10 days of darkness begin. Be prepared. Judy note, I apologize for the lateness of today's update, which didn't get out until the wee hours of Friday morning. That's never happened before. Strangely, on Thursday, my computer completely broke down, and after Medea wrote the below very beautiful article about me. Judy Byington, a woman who dedicated her life to truth. By Friday, May 28th, Trump had announced another ceasefire with Iran. Though it didn't look anywhere near that would happen on Wednesday, May 27th. Trump and allies were loaded up for World War III. Iran had violated the ceasefire again, kept stalling peace talks, and refused to give up nuclear dust that strengthened their 43-year pledge to destroy America. Iran had again violated the ceasefire around 10 p.m. Wednesday with a missile strike on Kuwait and multiple drone launches. Kuwaiti air defenses intercepted the ballistic missile at 10:17 p.m., as confirmed by CENTCOM, preventing a potential strike on critical infrastructure hosting thousands of U.S. troops. Iran launched 5 drones, while a 6th drone was neutralized on the launch pad, along with 1 ballistic missile. By then, the U.S. Ohio-class nuclear submarine was discovered sitting at Gibraltar, armed with Trident II ballistic missiles that could rain hell from over 4,500 miles away. In Morocco, terrain that looked just like Iran, U.S. troops were training robot doom buggies with mounted machine guns. Apaches getting armed with their own drone swarms. B-1 bombers were ripping training runs in the skies, while Super Hornets and Growlers launch off the USS Abraham Lincoln. On Wednesday, May 27th, President Trump called his cabinet to an emergency meeting at the White House. By early afternoon that Thursday, the White House was blanketed in red light, signifying a mass arrest had been completed. Wednesday, 3.0 ISO 20022. Though the most serious problems revolved around taking down those supporting this globalist agenda from within. Obama, his CIA, and their mind control programming that has grown into AI data centers across the nation. Way back in 2020, CIA Chief James Woolsey admitted on national TV that the CIA's job was to overthrow governments. Evidently, that included the United States. The center of our present problems seem to revolve around the CIA and their ability to, 1, control the global financial system, 2, spread DARPA chemtrails that poison people, earth, water, and food supply, 3, that involve blackmailing politicians to do their bidding, 4, election fraud to keep the people under control, and 5, mind control programming that has evolved into AI data centers across the U.S. built for the specific purpose of controlling the people. Although CIA mind control experiments have been going on since the end of World War II, the dangerous infiltration into private lives of citizens wasn't first made public until the 1970s congressional hearings on the subject that were covered up even as of today. The below showed our situation exactly 2 years ago, and we're still waiting for those announcements. Guru Information and Intel. Thursday, May 28th, huge update. The unstoppable force of QFS and Jassara engages 8 billion people worldwide. The greatest wealth transfer in history unfolds, Wano Savin on Telegram. The quantum financial system and Jassara are unstoppable forces, reshaping the world right now. This isn't some distant fantasy. It's happening. The corrupt financial elites that have drained wealth from the people for generations are about to be dismantled. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is upon us, and if you're not prepared, you're falling behind. For decades, the elites have manipulated and controlled the world's finances, but now QFS and Jassara are flipping the script, putting wealth directly into the hands of the people. The system is here to tear down the corrupt banking empire and replace it with one that is transparent, incorruptible, and unstoppable. A revolution in wealth. Let's be clear, QFS Jassara is real, and it's unfolding before our eyes. It's not just an idea, it's a revolution that's taking down the old system and leveling the playing field for everyone. Imagine a world where wealth isn't hoarded by the elite, but flows freely to every person. That's what QFS promises. The reset the world has been waiting for is happening now, and there's no stopping it. Massive wealth redistribution. Under the QFS, families are already set to receive millions. It's not speculation, it's reality. 75-year-old couples positioned to receive $25,563,596, and after usual deductions still walk away with $1.2 million, debt-free and tax-free. That's generational wealth that doubles with $58,229,732 for their grandchildren. And it's not just one family, it's everyone. This is what true wealth redistribution looks like. No more crumbs from the elite's table. No more empty promises. Jassara is taking back what was stolen and giving it to the people. Jassara, the future is here. Jassara isn't a theory. It's a legally binding mandate that's transforming the world. 8 billion people are about to get their share of global wealth. The old systems of debt and financial slavery are crumbling, and a new era of abundance is rising. The QFS ensures that wealth flows back into the hands of the people. Every dollar unspent returns to the treasury, creating an endless cycle of prosperity. No one gets left behind. The quantum era is here. The QFS isn't just a financial system. It's a weapon of mass liberation. It's here to expose every lie, hidden debt, and rigged market that the elites use to control us. Nasara QFS is tearing down the corrupt systems and putting power back where it belongs, with the people. This isn't charity, it's justice. The QFS is incorruptible, transparent, and immune to manipulation by the elite. The quantum era is already here. The old guard is crumbling as we speak. Nasara, QFS, and Jassara are rewriting the rules of the financial world. Embrace the change. This is happening, and it's happening fast. The quantum era has already begun. Wealth, power, and freedom are no longer privileges for the few. They are your birthright. QFS is your ticket to a new world where the corrupt elites are finished. Wake up. Stay vigilant. The greatest financial revolution in history is already unfolding. America's surveillance state and AI spying. Thursday, May 28, 2026, as Mark Zuckerberg built a massive data center in Georgia, just hundreds of yards from people's homes. Water pressure collapsed, sinks don't run, toilets won't refill, homes shake nonstop. Power outages are common. A billionaire gets his servers working, families get steamrolled. Carolyn Levitt on Telegram. Thursday, May 28th, flock cameras are commenting a lot more data than we think they are. Tier 4B activated on Telegram. They also monitor where you walk, what you do, what you say, what's on your phone when you walk by, and they spy on you all the time. These cameras utilize AI to track you and your family when you're out in public. They run by a company, Palantir. This company claims that they just record movement of vehicles and they will reduce the crime rate to 0. However, people much more educated than I on these cameras have proven this to be false. Today I walked around and I noticed the one down by the bridge was pointed towards the courtyard and the field, not towards any roads. So why would it be pointed towards the river, not towards the streets? It's just to monitor vehicles. They are collecting way more data than we think. They create vehicle fingerprints of your car, like color, make, model, stickers, dents, and use AI for searches. Newer systems include video feeds and natural language queries. They can capture pedestrians, bystanders, and activities in view. They're also using this data for, you guessed it, predictive policing. You can be, are we going to have a division of the police force called pre-crime like they did in that Tom Cruise movie? You can be profiled before you do anything wrong. Flock is not owned or operated by Palantir. Flock says they don't share data with Palantir. However, Peter Thiel's founders fund invested in Flock, and Flock's data can integrate with platforms like Palantir's for law enforcement analytics. Thiel co-founded Palantir, which does predictive policing and data fusion. So I think there is very clearly more to this. Flock cameras are the surveillance state being put up on America. Voter fraud, Thursday, May 28th. USPS does not operate, service, or control ballot drop boxes. So what are they doing caught on camera in heavy blue cities stuffing ballot drop boxes in the 2020 election? USPS workers testified that they were told to backdate ballots that were injected into the 2020 election so they could be counted. These orders came from the top and indicate that our own USPS was involved in the stolen 2020 election. White Hats on Telegram.
Stated. .tv. I'm with Matthew Mack, or Matt Mack, with On Tap with PPN. Now, you might know him from his show, but the way I know him is he's Juan O'Savin's chief of staff. This guy's very well connected. He knows a lot of what's going on behind the scenes. Matt, thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, Nino, it's an honor, and thank you for moderating our event, which will be here in Vegas in June.
So I mean, also they've Juan has said they've expanded Gitmo, that they built a geriatric center for older people. I mean, this looks like like I said, all signs indicate that they're getting ready to intake massive amounts of people. I mean, am I right in saying that, Matt? I mean, you guys are working behind the scenes on a lot of stuff. I mean, what are the, if you were to read the tea leaves, what would you say, especially now with Tulsi Gabbard coming out saying, hey, she's gonna step down, but we're expecting her to go nuclear, And I remember Juan told me that first, and now it's on, some of the news syndicates. Some of the articles are now saying that, yeah, she's gonna drop bombs. She's coming in hot. I mean, all this.
Just said it this morning on Bannon's show that she's going to unleash a lot of foreign interference in our elections, 2020 and beyond. And I'll say this about Gitmo to get back to that question. Let's put it this way. There's a huge infrastructure there that if you were going to diminish Gitmo's importance, you would not be funding that infrastructure.
Right. But I mean, the fact that I'm hearing June is going to be explosive, right? And she's not leaving with a whimper. She's leaving nuclear is what Juan said. He said that before anybody, and it's already being talked about. So, I mean, there's something there. So what can we expect, Matt? What do you see happening in June, July, August? Because what I think is, like, if I had to guess, right, I would say she's going to come out with the 2020 stolen election stuff. Russiagate's going to pop, and then Trump's going to go into these executive orders going into midterms. That would make sense to me. And then we go into arrests. I mean, how does this? If you had to guess how this would roll out, what would you say?
I would say in a macro schedule, you just said, that makes sense to me. Tulsi is going to unleash a lot, I've been told. And Peter Tickton has been briefed. He knows a lot more than he can say. And he is giving you that heads up that this stuff is coming. Wayne Allen Root, he'll also be at our event in person. He lives out here. He's been saying it. He had Jerome Corsi on his show, Dr. Jerome Corsi. He's saying it. So all those signs, point to, yes, you're going to see elections. I think you're going to see unprecedented foreign interference in the elections. And one thing I'll caveat, you have some who are saying about everything but the machines. Machines were involved in this. And one of the presentations you'll see during the summit is the flipping that was going on the tabulators. But everything that you just highlighted, I think you're going to see unroll exactly as you're talking about. And folks that Patrick Byrne has intimated that, others who in the past year, even a month and a half ago, were a little concerned, seemed to be the right word, I guess, would be quietly confident that everything's going to be revealed, everything's going to be okay. And I've got a dear friend who was in the Air Force, DIA, National Military Command Center, and highlighted, where do you see what comes out, and do not worry about the midterms. What you see being revealed, the midterms are not going to be an issue.
That's huge. I got it right here. It says, Tulsi Gabbard to go nuclear on deep state before leaving ODNI. So I've said this too, Matt. I've said, the Democrats are done. They're done by midterms. I'm not worried about midterms. You're saying the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Folks, and by the way, if you haven't had him on, I would highly recommend him. He's a dear friend of Juan's and mine, Air Force retired Brigadier General Blaine Holt. This one person I talked to you about said the only general of talking heads on the TV shows, and he's typically on Newsmax, that's the only general who gets it, who understands what the hell's going on, is Brigadier General Blaine Holt.
And I mean, once Tulsi drops these bombs on the election, when do you think the arrests start rolling out? I mean, the executive orders will come first, right? Trump is expected to sign executive orders and declare national emergency probably by what, August, September, October?
It's interesting. I don't know the details. Certainly, I'm not in those meetings. I'm just a peon. But I would imagine America 250, July 4th, that time frame. You're going to see a lot of pivotal things beginning to happen. I honest to God believe more will occur. In my mind, I'm looking at July 4th as kind of a line of demarcation, right?
Well, we know that he's going to be signing his signature to the $100 bills, right? That's
Yes.
To me pretty profound.
Yeah.
I've never heard of
never had a president's signature on currency before.
Right. So that's a big indicator to me. We're moving in a whole different direction.
Whole different direction domestically, whole different direction in the Middle East. I mean, folks who are fretting and farting. I mean, it's an iterative process, but on the grander scale, Trump is changing the geopolitics of the Middle East. You imagine if UAE, if Saudi Arabia, if Pakistan join the Abraham Accords, game over. Are you heading them off? Are you heading off the other side at the pass before they can get there?
But I mean, what about a post-Trump world? It just takes one bad guy, Matt, one bad dude to come in and change
That's
everything.
right. Just something that we've done. Juan's got them. I sent them to some other folks close to the administration. We've written a whole thesis, a whole magnum opus on how you make this system work. Going back, people think AI started at Dartmouth. No, it started back in the Macy conferences in the 40s and 50s. We've laid out a whole dissertation on how you have to structure this properly. So much so, I sent it to Bannon. Bannon wants to maybe make a book out of it, right? Because he's anti this AI crap, the way it's being rolled out. So I think there's a methodology to the madness. It's coming anyway. It's coming. Like the nuclear bomb was coming. How do you now put the proper control mechanisms in there so you don't get a crazy ass person or persons to do terrible things? I think we're trying to head them off at the pass, because I'll say this, and folks who are going to be presenting at this summit here, 15 to 17 June, have said they have got the Holy Grail. The administration's got the Holy Grail. The deep state is petrified. They're going batshit crazy, and you know this from your boxing fight, your fighting career. When you've got and maybe even street fights, when you got somebody who is backed into a corner, you don't know what they're going to do, right? They could do anything, and this deep state is in an existential fight for its life, and I think Trump is trying to block them off at all these different access points where they're trying to get to. I think.
So, what do you think they're going to do, Matt? What do you think? I mean, I believe the ICE raids, was the first step, or the USAID was the first step, and then the ICE raids came in to neutralize the threats in America on our homeland, take down the terror cells, take down the really bad hombres, the cartels, the violent criminals, the ones that could be planning to take down our infrastructure. They just found an IED in a dam in Alabama. I mean, I think we should be checking out all the dams right now to make sure they're not trying to systematically take them down or simultaneously take them down together. But I mean, they were planning to take America down from within, right? And I think that's why these ICE raids were so important, right, Matt? I mean, so do you think we've neutralized some of those threats? Because that to me would be the next play by the Democrats is absolute utter chaos.
I think we've allocated people, resources, time to neutralize these things. But to your point, enemy's got a plan, and they're panicking. And I would submit, this is. You think 2020 Summer of Love was crazy? I think this summer is going to be on steroids because you're right. If they have their druthers, look at all the assassination attempts on Trump. If they think if they can take him out, they neutralize the whole America First movement, right? To get rid of Trump. So he is target number one, I believe. Look at the terrorist threat against Ivanka, right? They had schematics to her home and so forth. So I think that, coupled with and/or an attack, something so egregious that it kind of looks bad on Trump, or it neutralizes the momentum, or it shifts everybody's attention to something else. I think that something like that is going to occur. Some sort of look at the explosions we're seeing at buildings and railroad cars, and that kind of shit is happening, and I think it's going to scale up because I think they're out of options. I mean, you're a hell of a pugilist. What do you do when you know you're about to lose and you're going to lose everything? There's no rules in your brain that I can't. That's hitting below the belt. That's a violation of. I'm going to do something because I am not going to go down.
They have to go for the knockout now. They can't waste any time. They have to go in and fight their hearts out, and they have no choice. But I don't think their henchmen. I don't think they're going to be able to use the henchmen they had, because I think the ICE raids took most of them out. At least I would imagine 60-70% of them. So they're in trouble.
So, but now, yes, they took the henchmen, but now, who are the folks in their corner, to keep the boxing analogy? Who are the folks in their corner that maybe are in the government that we don't know yet? Hasn't been fully exposed. That's what concerns me. I know concerns Juan.
Yeah, exactly. That's I guess that's the $1 million question right there, man. Who are they?
And I tell you, it's interesting. Look at the photo that was put out down at Fort Pierce, Southern District of Florida, U.S. Attorney's Office. Quinones, by the way, U.S. Attorney. By the way, not a subtle thing to overlook. Retired Colonel, former JAG, who is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern. He's heading up the grand conspiracy investigations, right? You've got Joe DeGeneva down there now. In that picture, you had that great staff. You had Kurt Olson down there, who's Trump's White House guy for the elections, all down there. There's a hell of a lot going on down in that Southern District of Florida at Fort Pierce that I think you're going to see here in this next month. Certainly, as Tulsi releases stuff out, I think you're going to see corresponding actions and from them. And don't take lightly either the JAG component of this. I think Professor Clements, who's going to brief at our event as well, I think there's a handoff at some point to a JAG component to all this, to a military component, where some things will be handed off to them, some things will still be handled by the DOJ. Because I always bring back, folks, it was a Hannity episode. I think it was 2022, probably later in the summer, early fall. And you had Cash on there, and you had, what was his name? Miller. He was the acting Secretary of Defense at the time.
Stephen Miller.
Chris Miller, I think, was the acting Secretary of Defense. And Cash made a comment that the only solution to this was non-Article 3 courts. In our Constitution, Article 3 is the court system, Article 1 the Congress, Article 2 the President. Said non-Article 3 courts. And Chris Miller was shaking his head up and down, Hannity had no clue what they were talking about. But I think that was an interesting tell by Cash back. I think it was 2022, but it was on a Hannity episode, non-Article 3 courts. I think that is a big component of where this.
That means military.
That would mean military.
Wow.
Like Nuremberg type of things, tribunals. That's non-Article 3. Article 3 is civil courts. As we know, courts, as we normally, non-Article 3 is the military side, tribunals, like post-World War II and so forth, Imperial Japan, Civil War stuff.
How important do you think Maduro's, what kind of role is Maduro going to play in this?
What I've been told by folks who have been briefed and know a hell of a lot more than me, more than I, Maduro, we now have Maduro's bookkeeper, right? We're going to get 4 more folks who are going to be extradited from Venezuela who are going to testify publicly about what they did manipulating the 2020 election.
Wow.
That's coming.
Is this coming this summer, you think? It would have to. It would have to be fast.
Yes.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Get ready for the Q Trident. John F. Kennedy, John F. Kennedy Jr., Donald Trump. Trust the plan, the rebirth of a sovereign civilization. Nothing is impossible, for all things are difficult before they become easy, and our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Anon. Judy note, the Council on Foreign Relations has effectively admitted the collapse of the old globalist order as President Trump accelerates the rise of the American system, economic sovereignty, energy independence, and America First foreign policy. Supporters say Trump has shattered Britain's century-long globalist framework and triggered the downfall of the post-war international order. The era of British-style globalism, financial dependency, endless wars, and centralized international control is being replaced by something the establishment never wanted to see, the American system. What many critics dismissed as rhetoric is now evolving into a complete restructuring of American foreign policy, economic strategy, and geopolitical alignment. And according to supporters of the current administration, the old guard knows it. Wednesday, May 27, 2026. We have a link. Breaking special report. Code Red. CFR waves the white flag project and reignited the American system. To secure that globalist downfall, on Wednesday morning, May 27th, President Trump called his entire cabinet for a rare meeting at Camp David for Thursday, May 28, 2026. Then suddenly on that same Wednesday, Trump changed to an immediate emergency meeting at the White House. All of President Trump's top cabinet members remain there right now. The next 48 hours would change the face of the world. What were they deciding? Glenn Beck knew. And here's a link to Glenn Beck. People should be preparing. This is very serious. Iran was on the table or not. Perhaps we could better say the Islamic agenda was on the table. The real objective of Trump's Iran operation was securing the enriched uranium dust held by Iran, dismantling deep state networks, and revealing how close the world came to disaster. Iran became the key to uncovering what many call the biggest deep state crime, the alleged transfer of weapons capabilities to enemies during wartime by Obama. The nuclear fingerprint tied to the enriched uranium is described as the final piece of evidence connected to Uranium-1. Everything is building toward one conclusion: treason. But America's real problem was not so much Iran's uranium buildup as it was the Islamic agenda and those supporting it from within. Obama, his CIA, and their mind control program that has grown into AI data centers across the nation. Way back in 2020, CIA Chief James Woolsey admitted on national TV that the CIA's job was to overthrow governments. Evidently, that included the United States. He had made the statement right before 51 CIA intelligence officials intervened in the 2020 election. effectively participating in the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Obama was over the mission, and all that followed. The 2020 election fraud was not the deep state, CIA's most effective threats. Mind control programming combined with their massive and building of AI data centers across the U.S., all with a specific purpose of controlling minds of the people. Although CIA mind control experiments had been going on since the end of World War II, the dangerous infiltration into private lives of citizens was first made public back in the 1970s, with congressional hearings on the subject. In 1995 and 1970, congressional hearings were held on the CIA mind control of children that had been going on since Nazi mind control specialists EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Wednesday, May 27th, the end of their world. A global military operation, every blackout, every silence, every disruption has been planned to perfection. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The quantum financial system is online. Once the grid goes dark, the QFS will override the entire fiat matrix, with all corrupted accounts terminated and all clean assets biometrically secured. During the 10 days of darkness, no social media, no news broadcasts, and no outside influence. Only one military-controlled channel will remain active. It will reveal everything: confessions, tribunals, truth. Crimes against humanity will be laid bare. You will witness the collapse of the deep state, the fall of fake governments, and the end of the illusion. Space Force will guide communication. National militaries will ensure peace. Curfews and movement restrictions will be temporary but vital. This is the controlled demolition of a slave system and the rebirth of a sovereign civilization. The new quantum communication system will replace the surveillance internet. Untraceable IDs, no more spying, no more manipulation. You were never just a citizen. You were the storm. You were the signal. And the world will know. Global currency reset. Tuesday, May 26th, Bruce the Big Call. One source said that Tier 4B green light would be on Thursday, May 28th, 2026, with appointments as early as Friday, May 29th. Other sources say notification Thursday to Friday, with appointments launching over the weekend. Judy note, to my knowledge, no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B will be notified to set redemption exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of EBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication darkness. Wednesday, May 27th, confirmed intel. Security structure and silence. The Tier 4B protocol ignites global reset as Iraq, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe lead the financial revolution. RV 2026 Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The global reset moves from rumor to reality. For years, IQD, VND, and ZIM holders were mocked, ignored, and called delusional. But now all eyes are back on them because the long-rumored revaluation is no longer speculation. It's a verified action. Whispers on private forums have become bank-confirmed appointments. Private tiered structures are moving forward, and a new financial system is rolling out quietly, but powerfully. The RV has ignited, and Tier 4B is at the center of it all. Understanding the tiered structure of revaluation, this is not a public Forex event. This is a calibrated, classified, controlled restructuring, and it follows a tiered framework. Tier 1, sovereign governments and central banks. Tier 2, multinational giants and elite financial trusts. Tier 3, high net worth individuals and pre-negotiated contracts. Tier 4B, private citizens with legally acquired currency holdings. Tier 4B is where the people enter the equation. This is where suppressed value is unlocked, not for institutions, but for the faithful holders who waited through ridicule and silence. And now Tier 4B is live. Security structure and silence. The Tier 4B protocol. No walk-ins, no leaks, no circus. Bank staff are trained, armed with secure systems, and operating under blackout conditions. Participants are vetted and electronic devices are restricted. Tier 4B is not a public event. It is a classified operation, monitored, documented, and now fully active. What we think we know as of Thursday, May 28th. Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. Crooked, New York, AG Letitia James, the same hack who weaponized justice to hunt President Trump, is now staring down 30 years in federal prison and $1 million fines for mortgage fraud. She lied on loan apps for sweeter rates, even listed her own father as her husband on documents. Hypocrisy level maximum. No one is above the law, especially not the elites who tried to destroy Trump. Julian Assange on Telegram. Wednesday, May 27, 2026. J.D. Vance says Trump administration has referred billions in alleged fraud for recovery. Vice President J.D. Vance said the Trump administration has referred more than $22 billion in alleged fraudulent small business loans to the Treasury for collection and deferred over $1.3 billion in suspected fraudulent Medicaid reimbursements, along with billions in suspected fraudulent government contracts and tens of millions in blocked student aid fraud. He said the administration's broader effort is focused on recovering taxpayer money and tightening oversight across federal programs. JFK Secrets on Telegram. Wednesday, May 27, 2026. D.C. Occult Secrets. Washington was built as a map of power encoded with occult symbols and Masonic geometry. Pentagrams, triangles, the 555-foot Egyptian obelisk, and the all-seeing eye link the White House, Capitol, and Pentagon. It's the hidden headquarters of global elite control. Critics say years of failed Democrat leadership, billions wasted on homelessness programs, non-stop encampment expansion have turned parts of LA into unsafe third world conditions, while residents and businesses are left dealing with the consequences every day.
Good morning. It's Thursday, the 28th of May, 2026, and there is so much going on behind the scenes, but very little being talked about in public. The first thing I want to bring to your attention is the price of crude oil, which has dropped down to around $90 a barrel, from about 110, and yet the pump prices haven't dropped at all, and they're talking about the price of oil going up, which shows that very few people actually do their research to find out if what they're saying is accurate or not. The moment they said that the fuel prices were going up, I started looking and I was, hang on, the prices are coming down. But there's a tendency just to believe what people say without doing your research. It doesn't take a lot of research. I've currently got my daughter over here staying in Spain, and she has insisted that diesel prices have always been more expensive than petrol or gasoline. Well, I know more about that than most people. To actually refine crude oil, it costs more to generate gasoline or petrol than it does diesel. There's a step ladder, if you like, of products. And petrol has always been more expensive to refine than diesel. But diesel costs more at the pump. And the reason is quite simple. It's because they talked you into buying diesel cars. And there's more people using diesel than there are petrol. So they simply put the price up.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Going into my first story, Spain's ruling PSOE party is facing major corruption investigations after the civil guard reportedly raided its national headquarters over alleged illegal financing, bribery, slush funds and kickback schemes. Meanwhile, in the United States, a former senior CIA officer has reportedly been arrested over an alleged fraud scheme involving more than 300 gold bars worth around $40 million, with investigators claiming operational funds were secretly diverted and hidden along millions in cash at his home. Two separate investigations, but many are now asking the same question. How deep does the corruption really go inside governments and powerful institutions worldwide?
Well, Pedro Sanchez has been the ruling party here in Spain for many, many years. He's a socialist, and this is all, and his offices were raided, you're absolutely correct, this week. There's been so much fraud that has been going on, and yes, they've been buying physical gold with their corrupt monies, because if they put the money through the banking system, of course, everyone can see it. And this is where they have been, what they thought was being clever, buying gold, but of course that's all been tracked as well. They thought they'd get away with it, and they won't. It's very interesting also, for those people who've been watching over the past 10 years, how climate change has vanished overnight, ever since they needed the data centers. The data centers have cured climate change. All of a sudden, this is time for people to realize how corrupt these people really are. We've seen how things change overnight and things just suddenly don't matter anymore. And there's none more so than the data centers that they're pushing out there. And the amount of damage that technically can do to the environment, because of the amount of water that they need for these data centers, is off the scale. So do your own research, and then you'll find out that what you've been told is a blatant lie. It's misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, or in Charlie's word, it's bullshit. True.
Next up, Trump says he's not comfortable with Russia or China getting hold of Iran's highly enriched uranium. In other words, no one's touching my uranium. Middle East tensions are rising, nuclear talks continue, and suddenly everyone wants shiny glowing rocks. Sounds like Trump doesn't want to share the toys in the sandbox.
It's very interesting, isn't it, how it comes across there, because obviously China and Russia have been working very closely behind the scenes, quietly, with Iran for many, many years. And what Trump is actually doing, forget about what they tell you he's doing, is dismantling a system that was put in place by the Bushes, the Obamas, the Clintons, and the Bidens to destabilize Iran. And they installed terrorist cells to do exactly this for a number of reasons. Number one was that Iran wouldn't comply with the Rothschild banking system. Number two, it's got an abundance of natural resources, which China and Russia are already in there negotiating a deal. The difference is that Russia and China negotiate a deal with them so that all parties win. America, not America, but the United States Corporation don't go and negotiate with these people. They install terrorist cells and literally bomb the shit out of them to get their own way. Well, those days are over. If you want to steal somebody's assets, you can't do it anymore. You can't do it with sanctions. You can't do it with embargoes. You can't do it with all this bullying tactics that the US has used for many, many years, because the bully is now being bullied and the world is changing. The playing field is being leveled. My final story is very interesting. We're watching the rhinos. These are the Republican senators that are, and congressmen that have been Republican in name only. They were installed to cause trouble. They're being dismantled. They're being removed. The US is heading to the midterms. All of these corrupt people will be removed in the midterms. This is all part of the plan, all part of the agenda. The Democrats will be completely destroyed in the midterms. And then there'll be retribution. That was the news on Thursday, the 28th of May, 2026. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Voter fraud. Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026, Todd Blanche confirming that the DOJ has multiple active 2020 election fraud investigations in Georgia and Arizona. We're very focused on finding out whether the right people voted, whether people that were supposed to vote voted, whether there was one vote cast per voter. There's a ton of evidence that the election was rigged. That's not something the DOJ needs to tell you about. There's been evidence about that for many, many years. That's what we're doing in multiple states. Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026, electronic voting machines would not let voters select Donald Trump for president in the 2024 election. Even though Donald Trump is being selected by the voter, the machine votes for Kamala Harris. There were no errors or glitches, only fraud. Julian Assange, Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026, and loose interpretations of the National Voter Registration Act, motor voter law, are forcing federal agencies and taxpayer-funded NGOs to hand out voter registration forms to non-citizens. Straight from the border, millions of illegal migrants released into the U.S. under Biden-Harris's policies ended up receiving driver's licenses, work permits, and voter registration materials, creating a pipeline for fraud. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026. An Alabama election worker went across the street and made a copy of a ballot on regular notebook paper and fed it into an ES&S election machine, and it read and counted the ballot without any issues. Dominion voting machines aren't the only machines compromised. ES&S machines have the same issues and features. Dominion also has machines that are able to scan and mark ballots after the last time a voter touches their ballot. They can even change the settings to mimic a human to purposely not fill in the bubble neatly when selecting a candidate. What's also concerning is Georgia's reversal rates on their machines, which was around 15% to 20% in the 2020 election. What do these machines need to do when marking a ballot? Reverse the ballot and the refeeds itself before marking the ballot. White Hats on Telegram.
Wednesday, May 27th. Voter fraud. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. There's now evidence that electronic voting machines have been tampered with to manipulate election outcomes in the United States, as we witnessed the overthrow of the U.S. government on November 3rd, 2020. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time, and vulnerable to exploitation, to manipulation, the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country, so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. Data analysis finds 221,000 Pennsylvania votes switched from President Trump to Biden, 941,000 Trump votes deleted, and 435 votes from Trump to Biden.
Secrets, joined today by Chris O'Connor, who served 60 years on an alternate timeline in the Secret Space Program, the SSP, known as part of the 20 and Back program. The 20 and Back program refers to a covert space initiative in which participants serve 20-year terms in off-world operations before being age regressed or moved into a clone of the appropriate age and returned to Earth, often with their memories suppressed. All right, so Chris, I was just talking to you before the show. I've been reading, some of your book that you have out, and it is phenomenal. I'm getting crazy downloads. Man of Mimas, is that how you pronounce that?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Beautiful book. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wow. You know, I've been regressed in Gaia. They had me in Gaia for several shows and had an expert come in and regress me so I could go into those memories, which are, like you're talking about, they're suppressed. And I just had a flood of stuff to come out. Wow, it was great. But you have been able to tap into that. So it's going to be quite an interesting conversation. So thanks for joining us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Michael, thank you so much for inviting me on.
Absolutely. I saw you with Carrie Cassie. That was a great show. Hopefully we can get into some deeper aspects in this one. Now, tell us a little bit about your background, you know, from the childhood, you know, how you got into the program and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's interesting. I before I incarnated here on Earth, I actually made an agreement. My soul family and I, my, you know, people I work with, as we all have, we had a plan, and I wanted to represent the Earth on the space station and the Earth Embassy on the Mimas station. The only way I could do that, you know, because for the most part, there is a non-contact with Earth. It's very limited contact. You have to get special permission by the Confederation of Planets, and it's a whole thing. So there is a caveat to that, that if you incarnate through the human race, and this is the same for any race that's evolving, if you incarnate through them, then any memories that come through, you can talk about. So it's not considered interference. So that's the reason I went through the incarnation route, you know, because otherwise I couldn't just like pop in on Earth, you know, that was being not allowed. So we made an agreement that when I was 2 years old, they would basically take me. When I say they, I'm generally referring to the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force, and because they work together collaboratively off planet, which is kind of now it's Space Force, really, but
yeah, exactly.
Didn't have it then.
Thank you, President. Yeah.
Yeah. So they took me and they age advanced me. They have technology to do that. Now that advancement process isn't fun by any means. Basically, it's what they do is they'll take you. Here I am. I was 2 years old, so they took my 2-year-old self in 1970. I was born in 1968. 1970, they came and got me, and then they took me somewhere. I don't know where. You know, I was 2. I didn't know, but I just remembered it was very medical looking, like a laboratory. And long story short, I was stripped down and cleaned and placed in these. It was just like a large acrylic tube, you know, laying horizontally, and it was like halfway or so filled with this pink liquid, sort of a gel, but not quite. You know, and the first several seconds were quite terrifying, and I remember all of that really well. Obviously, it's traumatizing. And then they flush the tank and fill it again, and basically, my brain realized that even though it was much more difficult because I'm not getting air in my lungs, I'm getting liquid. But my body and brain calmed down because they were getting enough oxygen.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's highly oxygenated fluid. And it's based on the DNA.
Stop you there and kind of regress a little bit, if you will.
Sure.
Before you came in, so you said you had an agreement, and now you've talked about your past lives. And how in depth have you gone into your past life memories and so forth? How many past lives and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I clearly don't remember them all. I remember highlights, obviously, but I have had 2,876,000 lifetimes.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
But most of us have had that many or very similar.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've had the thing that really, I think, initiated my memories of the secret space program was going into my past lives and having past life memories. And then it kind of like just opened another door for me. Did you have any of that experience as well?
I absolutely, yes. I have memories of other planets. I have memories of being an animal. I have memories of my last chronological last Earth life. It was on the island of Kauai, and the guy's name was Walter Duncan McBride. And
I heard you talked about that, and there with Carrie Cassidy. That was fascinating.
Yeah,
and how you had all those memories, and now you live in Hawaii and you see all the stuff that you did in that lifetime. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, had I not moved to that island, interestingly, that actual town that he founded, and I didn't know that at all. I mean, I had none of the memories when I moved there. I just knew I was listening to guidance, and they're like, "Okay, here's a house over here. Try to get that one." And
So
I did.
that's interesting. The past life memory seems to open some kind of block that we have as SSP guys. Is that what you feel too?
Yeah, I find what it is when one memory unlocks or comes in, then it brings others with it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And you think because of all your past lifetimes, and probably some of them are pretty significant, that's why you were chosen for this mission?
Yes, because what I did was work on a, I don't know, James Rink says, well, Chris, I guess we all need politicians. Like, I wasn't really a politician, James, but for the most part, I worked in an ambassadorial type of a role.
Yeah.
Because I worked with a lot of races and I had the ability to telepathically connect. And I wasn't the only one. There were several of us.
Wow. And you kind of mentioned James Rink there. I saw that you were, and I was going to go to this one, the October 8th last year. Unfortunately, he passed away soon after that. I think he's probably was targeted, but you spoke at that one.
Yes.
So your word's getting out there. This is great. You got a book. You got the that we're going to talk about here in a minute, or at some point. Okay, so sorry to interrupt, but this is like, oh my God, I got somebody that I could talk to about all this stuff.
It kind of makes sense,
So you're kind of like helping me put the pieces of the puzzle together. So I love it. I'm sure maybe there's probably other people out there. That's how it happened for me. People started coming up to me and saying, you're in the secret space program, right? And I'm like, no, kind of. So, and then it started to happen for me. So
elaborate, right?
Yeah. And I started going, all the way back to like you're talking about back when I was very young. And then the memories started coming through. Now, I don't remember the process that you went through, but I do remember being age accelerated. But I was doing stuff and it was painful. It was almost like getting some kind of like super high tech steroid or something. And I grew a lot faster than normal, painfully. But the stuff I was learning, it was great. So let's go back to where you're in this acrylic tube or whatever. I have memories of being in those tubes as well. So that's very interesting.
Well, it's the same technology, really. Yeah. I in my case, and I'm sure many, I can't speak for anybody else, that gel, that pink goo or whatever you want to call it, is based on your own personal DNA. So it's grown and then highly oxygenated, and then but the whole body needs to be able to take it in. So what they then did was there's all these little holes, rubber holes on the edges of all the way around the acrylic tube, and they would stick these large needles in, and they would go into the certain organs and joints and bones and brain and all this stuff. And what that did was that got that gel inside the body, so the inside of the body would grow at the same rate as whatever's exposed. There's a scene in the movie